Righty Roo. I just saw a thing go by that said, "Here we go. Thank you, Marks, for getting us started." So thank you, Marks, for whatever you got us started. And thank you, Ghoulish, for the nice beefy cheer. I don't think I'm going to show it yet, but when you cheered, something happened that made me happy, so you may have heard me chuckle when you cheered. I love your lurks excitedly, runs through the door. Am I late? More excitedly, lurks harder, lurks even harder. We having a lurk off over here. What would that look like? Just like two people in the shadows, just like staring at each other, aggressively lurking. You guys have lurky reapers, right? Put some lurky reapers in the chat. Let's see. I think there's an animated one. There is an animated one. There you go. Something wrong? Well, there. I have turned my volume up. Alrighty-roo, welcome, Aerith Winterfell, Ghoulish Misfit, Documancer, Magistrate Ironlung, Makokam, Marks, and Deathshead. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. I heard mumbling in that voice. Yes, indeed. Also, it's hilarious to me that you usually cannot see whatever's on my shirt, but today you can just see the Death Star. It is a Christmassy Star Wars shirt. You can't even see the presents very well. But yeah, you can see the necklace and my necklace and the Death Star. Hello, Mellow in Tears. Oh, thanks, Drago. Really appreciate that. Yes, that is some new art that I got. Yes. Alrighty, room. Well, welcome to the stream. If you are new here, here's how it works. Every week, we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then, I think I messed myself up. Then we all write 3 to 50 word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. The other 4 are encores, and they can be unlocked through cheering, which Ghoulish is wonderfully demonstrating. And in order to be a part of the guaranteeds, you must be a cocooned or higher subscriber. So, maybe I can do that. I have been showing that lately, so let's do it. Server shop, yes. Oh, okay, it almost was nothing, and I was like, please show me the thing. Alrighty, this, yeah, okay. So you can be a bookworm for $3 a month, and that will allow you to submit prompts, and I actually have changed this. So, I'm now making it so that bookworms can submit 2 submissions to our weekly prompts. Cocoon can submit 3. I need to change that. And Transformed can submit 4, and Ascended can submit 5. And I'm figuring we're going to talk about the emojis in a second. Ignore them for now. Ignore the Reaper behind the curtain. So yeah, and then you get the secret supporter chat access. And then if you are a cocooned, then you will be a guaranteed submission. So whenever you are selected, you are in that guaranteed section. And then if you are transformed, when you get all those perks, and then you also have a prompt to pull direct. So the first prompt that you submit will be added to the final poll each week, provided there are no issues with it. You also can have a tag for your ongoing universe upon request, and I just realized that I forgot to do that for Marks this week, so I'm really sorry I didn't do that for you this week. But yeah, so you can have a tag in the forum for your for your universe. And then you're going to have an Ascended one very soon, which will allow you to submit 5 submissions. You can submit 8 word prompts. You get the prompt to pull direct and the guaranteed submission and everything, but then you will also have a truly guaranteed prompt. So basically, I don't know exactly, I think it's going to be kind of like a 4-week turnaround where it's like, all right, you can have a guarantee. Oh yeah, that was going to be another thing too, so I could talk about that as well. They could have the same cycle. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that basically you'll have the power to have your prompt just win, just go straight through. But that is super powerful, so I cannot let you do that every week. And so I think it's gonna be like, okay, 4-week cooldown. All right, now the power's back. What prompt do you want, Ascended one? And then I actually think a similar thing is gonna go on with the actual guaranteed stories. So it'd be like your story is like fully guaranteed to go through, and that's like a power that you can activate. And then it's a 4-week cooldown. I think that's how that's gonna go. Yeah, and then you are gonna have some member-only emojis. It's not gonna be these ones. I like these ones too much. I want everybody to be able to use them. There is a whole... So, I should back up. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody! You get more emojis. Let's, go into the stream chat. But, yeah, so I on the Cyber Monday, Black Friday sales, I went and bought a ton of emojis. And so these aren't even all of them, but these are a bunch of them. So you get some cute Reapers, you get Christmas kitties, you get Christmas wolves, Christmas bats, just some other normal wolfy ones. You get the, little... bongo moths. I found some ragdoll ones, and my cats are ragdolls, so I had to get them. These wolf ones here. These are not all of them. They have not all been uploaded. Discord, I was submitting too many, and Discord was getting mad at me and was limiting my rate. But yeah, so you're gonna get more wolfy ones as well, as long as those ones load. And I'm really mad because there's a ton more of the animated Reapers. I actually might be able to show those to you at the very least. Let me do that. Show me emotes. Thank you. And Reaper animated. Okay, so I guess... Oh, will it just let me... Yeah, it'll let me scroll through them. Oh, good. Okay, cool. Very tiny. Can I make you bigger? I can. Okay, that's too funny. I need to do it while you're... That's so cute. Okay. Alright. He's coming closer. Wait. Hi. Okay, so... Oh, I have to do it on all of them? Dang. You're gonna get a zoom in on all the little Reapers. Maybe I can just... There we go. That's better. I think that one uploaded. Is this one not being animated? Huh. I think that one should be animated too. This one you guys did get. This is the Bane one. That one is working for some reason. This one's my favorite, and I want it animated so bad. It's so cute. And then there's that one for all your anger needs. And then we have the glow stick. Oh, this one's this is the same one as the other one, right? And this is the animated go one. And then an animated heart. I don't have any other animated heart ones, so I really want that one too. There's the lurk one that you guys have. Here is a pew pew one. Raid. I think you guys got that one. I think that one came through. And then the rainbow vomit, and we use the like gnome vomiting rainbows from Gravity Falls pretty frequently, so I feel like this is a fun one. This is a good one too. That one loaded in properly, and I think that's all the animated ones. But yeah, like there's a ton more animated ones that we should have, and I uploaded all of them. I just from here, I uploaded them, and I tried uploading them in bulk, and I tried uploading them one at a time, and either time they do not slot into the animated emotes, they just go straight into the normal ones, and I don't know why. I actually did contact the seller, and he's like, I will try to help, but I have lots of Christmas orders, so if any of you guys know what to do, if any of you guys know what the problem is, do tell me, and we can try and get that worked out. Yeah, the Reaper running around with a solid gold gun instead of a scythe. I didn't even think about that. That's a great point. I was gonna say. I will use them exclusively during Christmas. Come on, you could. I mean, if I still supply them, which I might like, maybe not the heart one and stuff, but I'll probably like remove the Christmas ones when Christmas is over. But I freaking love those wolf ones. They're so cute. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So there actually is another set that I got, and you saw one from the other set, and I think that's the set that I'm gonna make the like premium emojis. Also, so can you guys use the animated Reapers on Twitch? Because I did upload the animated Reapers to Twitch, or at least some of them, and I don't know if it is a twitching cocooned one or a twitching transformed one perk. All right. Oh yay, okay, so the cocoon ones can use them. Good, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to see that. You raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Bravo. What hope is that? The hope of the Christmas wolfies? I mean, I do love them, so if you guys want them to stay even after Christmas, then let me know. Okie dokie. Yeah, so I also bought another thing. well actually there's two more things that I bought that I should tell you about. So let's go back over here. So I bought these, the badges, and this is actually why I was asking about transparency, because they're tiny next to your guys' names and you can't really see them very well. So I want to like screenshot them and try to make them bigger, but when I screenshot them they're like black or white underneath, and so I need to have them be transparent. I'm hoping that would make them smaller, but I have wanted an actual cocoon next to the cocooned people's name for the longest time, and so I'm really glad that I was finally able to get that. And the Ascended one's moth is even cooler. And then, okay, so there are all of these ones. They're all darling. I loved them. I'm glad to hear that. So, but I did say, if it was not last stream, it was like the stream before that I wanted to get more wolf emojis, right? And so, yeah, you got more wolf emojis. And the thing is that, like, because it was a Black Friday sale, there were a bunch of them that were originally like $20 that I got for $5. And so that's why I got so many of them. All right. But yes, so you will see the other thing I bought once I pull up the list. So I'm going to tell you the list and then address the thing. And yes, you're correct that it's not working properly, and we'll talk about that in a second, but it's there. Alright, so, for our list today, we have Deathshead, Documancer, Makokam, and MasaCur. Then for our encores, we have Wolf, Azo, Ink Chimera, and Drago. So last time when we had a supporter in the encores, you guys liked that I let the supporter be read and then made the cheers go only into the generals. Would you guys like to do that again? So yeah, the other thing I bought is this, and if you can't read it, I don't know if it's too small to read. That is the encore bar. That is the encore bar that was once stolen by the Void. I have not managed to completely retrieve it from the Void, but we have a bar. I have partially wrenched it back from the Void. I should have done some, now I'm realizing I should have done some cool thing where like there's a Void over there and I like grab it out of it. But yeah, as I was looking for emojis, I saw that and I was like, I need that now. Please and thank you. But yeah, so we have a bar and it's shaped like a moth. I mean, technically it's a butterfly, but we're gonna call it a moth. So yeah, and as far as I know, I made sure to ask the calculators. So yeah, so we have always had a calculating Deathshead, Wolf, and Mako, to help us calculate if we have achieved an encore or not. But yeah, I just realized something weird about it, but we'll come back to that. And I do still very much appreciate your help, and if you guys want to make sure that everything is going right, especially because we're just starting this out, then let me know. But yeah, hopefully the bar will actually keep track of things now. Yes, the bar appropriately transformed into a moth while escaping the Void. Indeed, indeed. It's alive! Moth bar! Yes! This is the reaction I was hoping for. But yeah, if you'll notice, that is just Streamlabs. That is literally Streamlabs that on the internet, that I am just putting in the corner. And so I just realized I could put Amita up there in the dark, so hold on. But, because, I mean, like, I don't know if I can show it to you or not. Let me see what happens when I pull it up. Let's see if I can just inch it enough. Yeah, so this is the preview. It's like, so here. I went to Streamlabs, I copied over the code, it all worked perfectly, it looks beautiful. I copied the link, I put the link into OBS, and OBS is like, oh yeah, like, I have a preview for you, I know what that looks like, I've got that right. And so that preview is that I just showed you. It doesn't actually show up on my screen though. And I have no idea how to fix it. Because, I have no idea how to fix it because I, like, looked it up. I've tried to look it up and everybody's like, oh, just, like, turn off the... What's it called? Can I pull it up while I'm streaming? Enable browser source hardware acceleration. Just turn that off and it'll fix it. Well, I have turned it off and it has not fixed it. So I really don't know what to do. And the seller was being a little weird. Because I went to contact the seller and I explained what my problem was and I was like, hey, can you help me? Because they made like a super helpful tutorial on how to upload the code and everything, which I would have been totally lost without. And so I was like, maybe they can actually help me with this as well. And so I was like, and then they responded, they were like, I need to do it over Discord. And I was like, okay, what's your Discord then? And they were like, give me your Discord. And I was like, you're making me a little uncomfortable. It's like this should have been a very normal interaction, and just that give me your Discord and is makes me unsure. Like, are you going to try to hack it or something? I'm no longer comfortable with this interaction, and I have not replied to that. So yeah, if any of you know what the problem might be, or is willing to look up for me what the problem might be, and why it literally shows me the preview correctly, but it just doesn't show up on the actual stream, please help. I will take all the help I can get. To the nod. Amazing. Give me your Discord gives me Natural Habitat mouth vibes. I've watched some of Natural Habitat's shorts, and I don't completely remember what all Mouth's deal was besides being creepy. But yes. What do you mean you're out of a job, Mako? What just happened? Like, are you making a joke about the Encore bar, or is this extremely serious? What is going on? That doesn't sound okay. Dang, I was hoping to see what? What are you talking about? Oh, I was hoping to see Kaylee to corpse while reading mine. I don't know what Kaylee to corpse means. I mean, as I'm reading, I slowly turn into a corpse. Yeah, I am sad that your story didn't end up making it onto the list, because it was super fun, and I really did want to read more of Dick Seymour's adventures, but hopefully I can at least give you like a review or something. Oh, gotcha. Just making a joke about the bar taking my calculating job. Gotcha. AI's taking your job. Is this AI? I mean, I don't know. I don't know that it really counts as that. Corpsing is a comedy term that means breaking character to laugh because he couldn't hold it in. Gotcha. Alrighty, room. But, yes. Oh, yeah, I was gonna put, what do you guys want up there? Do you want, Amida writing, Amida reading, Amida gaming? Probably not Amida gaming. Flesh horse? What do you want, up here? Doesn't count as AI, gotcha. I'll start with Amida reading, and then if you guys request something different, then Flesh Horse. Okay. Oh, I can use the Flesh Horse. And I know you guys are gonna pick that. Oh, it's a little big. Here, can I flip it? Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Flip horizontal. Okay, there we go. All right, you guys, do you guys like your choice? Is this what you wanted? Oh, I see. Corpsing comes specifically from people who are supposed to be playing corpses, but laughing at the dialogue or being prodded or whatever. Gotcha. Flesh Horse will not obey the human. Flesh Horse will rip whichever way it wants to flip. Not rip. I guess that's true too. Now the goblin looks like it's desperately trying to reach the story before it's pounced on. Amazing. Here, I want it to, okay, unlock yourself. I want it to cover up the URL. There we go. Alright. Are you not entertained? Alright. Oh, interesting. I could do that. Deathshead says, honestly, I'm read so often I wouldn't have been opposed to getting my slot. I can switch you out. I actually did end up practicing Eddie's as well, so I would not mind that. What is the people's choice? Give me your votes, people. Do you want to do Deathshead? Do you want to do Eddie? Which horse floops the human? I mean, oh yeah, I was gonna say, do you mean the land goblin? No, you mean me. I won't start. I won't start a campaign to swap stories around. Sounds a bit too mean-spirited to me. I'll leave Deathshead and the others to decide. Drago, take the offer. Well, I think what's not mean-spirited about it is the fact that Deathshead is the one offering it. Because yeah, that would be an issue if you were just like, give me your slot, people. That would be a problem. It's the fact that the person who has the slot is offering. Reincarnator says, I've arrived here, Deathshead story, so we have a vote on either side. Oh, never mind. I'd like to hear the comments on mine. Okay, fair. Well, how about this? If I have energy left at the very end of the stream, maybe I'll still read Eddie's. How does that sound? Alrighty, room. The Weight of a Contract. Cal, by Deathshead. The clink of coins echoed through Philobar's office as he counted the daily earnings, his keen eyes taking in every detail of money. The images of dead kings risen to the stars were placed on his scale and weighed like produce, a smirk curling his lips as he held Dalgus IV. A knock at the door interrupted his counting. Come. Philobar's smirk widened when the disheveled Califrac entered, the old knight looking like he had come through a mudstorm. Philobar set aside the coins and took up his cane, letting the gold handle glitter. Ah, it's you. Califrac tromped wordlessly to the desk and dropped the bag of coins. Here's your stinking money. Come now, Mr. Califrac, let us be civil, Philobar chided, opening the bag and stacking the coins on the scale. Never to a worm. You think you're better than me, eh? You're a snake of this fetid new age who's made his wealth putting screws to the less fortunate. Ah, yes, unlike in the glorious times gone by, where a man would solve his grievance by bashing in the head of another. Philobar laid the pointy end of his cane against Califrac's chest. Our contract's more disdainful and cruel than a horde of knights descending upon a village, killing the men, burning the homes, and taking the maidens to harry a man in a nearby castle. I risk my life for the sake of my family, Califrac muttered. What would you know of that? Men like me once risked our lives, traveling through bandit country and hostile tribes, our fortunes to be snatched away if a lord decided he wanted it. You're bitter and angry that we've wrestled a smidgen of that power away. Cold silence filled the room, Califrac turning red as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Then, without a word, the old knight stalked away, slamming the door behind him. Philobar slid a coin between his fingers, checking the scale one last time. Then he dropped his cane and stabbed his pen into the inkwell, jotting down the payment on his indelible ledger. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it, and if you want to see the moth fill up. All right. Alrighty. Oh yeah, that absolutely is taken into account for sure. Thank you for the cheers. Ghoulish Misfit and Magistrate Ironlung. Fill the moth, fill the moth. do moths don't consume nectar, right? I was gonna say fill the moth with nectar, but I think that's only a butterfly thing. Hello, Corian. A Califrac. Yes, indeed. Alrighty, Rue. Well, I quite liked this story. So, first question. did Califrac actually pay off his entire debt? Because as far as I know, this debt to Philomar is the entire reason that he went off to become a knight. So, did he pay everything off, or is this just like only a fraction of it, not the whole debt? Gotcha. I was thinking if this was the whole debt, then the scene should have been more dramatic or more about that. So I'm glad to hear that there's still more adventures to be had. Gotcha. But I really like this story, and overall, one of the things that I really liked about it is that I really like your use of the prompt. That you could have just had it be that Califrac comes in and he's like, "You suck, Philomar," and Philomar's like, "Ah, how dare you," and is just kind of defending himself or saying, "Oh, well, like, here's why I do what I do." But the fact that he turns it around on Califrac and goes, "Hey, maybe knights like you aren't so noble as you think they are. Maybe you could be kind of a villain too. Maybe I'm just doing what I need to survive," kind of thing. And I really like that. Corian, the debt hole. That makes it sound like that sounds like Grunkle Stan is like taking me around the mystery shack, and he's like, "And here we have the debt hole," and then like moves on. The Red Knight, because he's in the red. Do people know that he's doing this out of debt? I don't know if that's a well-known thing. Oh, interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why that's happening. Dessa says the mouth isn't counting the 40 bits that Makokam put forth for the reward. I do not know why it would do that. I don't know why it is what it is, and it's not on stream, so I also don't know why it would do that. But this is why I still have you guys, because you guys can point out stuff like that, so let's remember that. Alright, so yeah, I really like how we're seeing, like, you think I'm the villain, I think you're the villain, and we're seeing, like, different sides of heroism and villainy. I think that's very cool. I really like the use of the prompt. So I guess I should have asked this when I asked it. So I was asking Deathshead if he's like all the way out of the hole. But the question that I should ask everybody else is, if you're not familiar with Califrac's story, or you're not familiar with this part of Califrac's story, what did you think was going on? Why did you think that Califrac was paying Philomar? Because that was definitely a question that ended up coming up in my discussions about this story, because there kind of becomes a question of, oh, did Califrac do something terrible in order to, like, that was what came up, is the idea that he, like, did something terrible for Philomar, but I just realized that, like, the opposite would be happening, that if Philomar hired him for a job and he did something terrible, I guess it could be that he hired him to, like, get money back. That it's like, oh yeah, this guy, he stole money from me, I want you to go stab him and get my money back, kind of thing. Yeah. So yeah, that's the question. Did you guys know what was going on? Were you confused? What were you thinking was the reason that Califrac was giving Philomar money? Oh, that seems interesting. We'll come back to that. I do like the setting of the story and him counting the money. Very curious what Dalgus IV is about, that he would smirk at him. And I really like this idea of dead kings risen to the stars. I think that's a really good way to do a very small, simple, subtle world building. Because the thing we're always talking about is how when you're writing a story in a larger universe, then how much context do you include? How much of, like, the larger universe stuff do you include? And so you have to have this balance between, like, this is too much context. Now I'm asking questions I don't need to be asking to understand the story. And then there's also, this is too little context. I don't feel like I know what's going on because I don't know these universe things, and you have to strike the balance, which can be difficult. But I think this is a good way to just show us about the world. Without detracting from the story. Like, you're giving us a little world building thing. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of the story, but it like adds to the ambiance and the setting, and it doesn't detract. It's not confusing. It doesn't really make me ask burning questions that I shouldn't be asking, kind of thing. I really like the description of Califrac as well. Very curious where he came from, or if it was literally just the walk up to Philibbar's place. Very fair that he's not being civil, and very fair that Philibbar, the little like snarky, loan shark sort of character, is like, oh, come on, be civil, sort of thing. Works very well. Never to a worm is great. I agree. I agree with that assessment. And then this works really well as a segue into the prompt, because like in some of my other drafts, I don't think it made it through to any of the stories I actually posted, but in a different story at least, I did have the exact line of like, oh, do you think I'm the villain? And I'm like, I hate this. I don't want this in there. And I think this is a great way to do that without doing that, because you could have had Philibbar be like, you think I'm the villain? And I would have been like, okay, there's the prompt. But the fact that you phrased it as, oh, I think you're better than me, means that you're not using the prompt directly, but it's very clearly alluding to like, aha, yeah, that's where the prompt is. So that works very well. Yeah, and I do like his phrasing of, unlike the glorious times gone by when a man would solve his grievance by bashing in the head of another. Yes, a more civilized age. Very, very cool. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. It's so nice. It's so nice to have it here. I really like the cane stuff here of him, you know, like tapping his chest with the cane. I think that's great. Was this supposed to be Mary? Because the definition I got for Harry was persistently harassed, and that feels like the opposite of what's going on here. Taking the maidens to persistently harass a man in a nearby castle. That doesn't quite sound right. So I wonder if you meant Mary. I think we're gonna come back to this paragraph. I also do like the, you know, I risked my life for the sake of my family. What would you know about that? I think that's great, and that idea of you're just sitting here behind your desk counting your coins, like you don't know what it's like to actually be out there in the trenches risking your life. I think that's great. And I like Philibbar's response as well of like, oh, I have risked my life just in different ways, sort of thing. And then the ending works. It's like a mirror of the beginning. I think it works quite well. And indelible is kind of an interesting thing where it just feels like there's this finality to it, sort of thing. But going back to this part, so let's see. There is kind of a question of, is Philibbar a reliable narrator? Is he right? And the interesting thing about this story of yours is that it's very uncommon to have I don't know if Califrac is so far as like elderly, but I know he's definitely an older dude. And so that's pretty rare because a lot of protagonists are quite young. And so I that's something I very much like about your story. It's very, very unique and fun. But the thing about that is that usually the protagonist could go to somebody and be like, yes, I am the hero. And then the other person can be like, well, people like you, they used to like ransack villages. So check your privilege. But the thing is that I don't know how old Philibbar is. I don't know how old Califrac is, and I don't know how old they are in relation to each other. And so, with a younger protagonist, Philibbar could be full of crap and it wouldn't matter because the protagonist is not old enough to have been there, is not old enough to know. But Califrac would know. And so if Philbar is right, then he would know. And because of his reaction and because he, let's see, where does he like grip his sword? Yeah, this kind of makes it seem like, oh, he's right. I don't want him to be right, but he's right. So I'm guessing that's what you were going for. But that's definitely a question I had, especially because the things he's describing sounds more like the things that that soldiers do than the things knights do. Now, granted, I don't know a whole lot about history, and you probably know way more than me, and so if this is like what you're writing, then you are probably right. But it's definitely a question that I ended up having, that it feels like, yes, like soldiers could go out and do that, but I feel like knights kind of tend to have a different job, a different role, and there's also kind of the whole chivalry thing with knights as well. But as far as I know, they're more of like defenders and stuff like that, as opposed to go, my soldiers, go ransack the village, kind of thing. So I am curious about that, but wondering, like that doesn't sound like something a knight would do. Definitely calls into question what Philbar is saying, and so then that makes you wonder. That makes you wonder, oh, is he right or is he full of crap? Which, like, even if he's full of crap, the story still fulfills the prompt perfectly well. But I do kind of like the fulfillment of the prompt a little bit more if he is right, because then that means genuinely they both are villains in different ways. Also, this might be a little bit intense, but I don't know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to talk about it. I wasn't sure, like when I saw Harry there, I wasn't sure what Harry meant in this context, and so before I looked it up, I kind of assumed that it was sort of a rape and pillage situation, because I know that is something that happened quite a lot. And granted, Mary could count as that. It's a little bit like it could absolutely still be that, but it's a step over like rape and pillage. But the thing is, usually I would critique something like that and be like, hey man, like you don't have to go that far. But in this case, that actually works for what's going on here. And so because like there is kind of a thing, especially in fiction, of like rape being worse than murder, and I'm definitely in that camp. And so when it's like, oh yes, the knights that killed people, and it's like, okay, well yeah, that's kind of their job, and like they bashed in people's heads and descended on a village and stuff like that is like, okay, like that does happen. It's not cool, but it happens. Burning the homes, okay, you didn't really need to go that far. Like, all right, that's definitely seeming more villainous. And then going so far as to potentially, like, raping the maidens, it's like, yeah, firmly in villain category, all right. That works. So, I don't know if that's what you meant for that, but this is one of the few times where that actually works for the story. And so, I did want to praise you for that / point that out. But yeah, I honestly didn't realize how well the like setting and the dialogue mixed with each other until I was looking at it now. But you actually have a ton of setting in this story, and like I always say, that's usually something that needs to be removed. So I applaud you for being able to include that. And granted, I think you, of our writers, you include setting more than anybody else, but still, I think you did it good here. What was the other thing I was gonna say? There's another thing I remembered. Oh yeah, that there is an element here where this could have been a little more personal because of their relationship and because his debt, set off this whole thing about being a knight. And so, it could have been like, I didn't lose my power. I was in retirement. I was hanging out with my grandson, and then you made me like, you told me I had a good deal on a ship, and now I have to go out of retirement. Like, what are you talking about, man? Kind of thing. Not that exactly, of course, but I definitely think that, especially because folks I talked to were unsure of why he was paying Philbar. I think maybe And it would have to be the setting that would have to go in order to include more of this, I think. But you definitely could have gone for more of a personal angle here as well, and that could have been powerful. But yeah. So I see, let's see here. I see that Wolf has posted a black and white morality, gray morality sort of thing. This is interesting. Let's see if I can just like put it on the screen for a hot minute. Maybe I can actually open. Yeah, can I open in browser? Well, that's not the browser I meant, but okay. Okay, yeah. So we have black and white morality, in the middle, and gray morality. Interesting. I'm not sure I totally understand what like all the red lines mean, but this is very interesting. Okay. Go away. Go back. Give me my moth back. Alright. I really like the dialogue and how they're speaking to each other, said Drago. Blue and orange morality on TV tropes is a trip. I could guess that from that description. Pretty much this is an encapsulation of the concept that capitalism is a progressive force compared to feudalism. Interesting. That actually was, let's see. Am I correct in thinking that what he's referring to is like nobles going after each other? That this noble, this lord is like, go kill, Dalgas the Fourth, or I guess he was a king, but like, go kill this person. All right, boss. And then the knights go and do horrible things over in this other lord's territory. Is that what you meant? Yeah. Drago, I 100% agree, rape worse than murder. Like, who doesn't like some cool murder? Most heroes are there to kill stuff, but rape? Die trash. In fiction! Murder in fiction! Amazing. Yep, agreed. Just add in Minecraft. Good point. That's interesting. Don't write anything on the internet you're not comfortable having read back to you by a judge and an arraignment is a good rule of thumb. Very, very good advice there. I guess I'm probably not prepared for what is still a relatively new Twitch feature. I mean, I feel like Stream Elements and Streamlabs have been around for a long time, and there's a ton of widgets and stuff they use, so I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Oh, okay. Mako says, I think one of, if not the earliest Califrax stories, is him getting thrown out of an inn because they didn't believe he could pay for it because they knew his reputation as the Deader Knight. Gotcha. So he could potentially be called the Red Knight. Thank you for the cheer. I think I already thanked you, but thank you again. Califrac and Tom Nook have brunch on Tuesday going over debt collecting strategies. You mean Philobar and Tom Nook? Era says, I assumed it really was meant to be Harry because castles, I'm guessing, were fortresses a noble could hide away in his castle, and it would be difficult to dislodge them. So threatening the peasantry was meant to get the nobles in the castle to come out in the fight on matters of honor. Can you protect your peasants, sort of thing. Huh. Interesting. So the knights would go up to the ladies and be like, go harass your noble. and then they go harass the noble. Okay. Like, I kind of want sources on that, because that just seems like a weird thing for knights to do, but okay. And Deathshead does say that's pretty much right. Oh, the feature you used to give bits is only a few months old. Gotcha. I'm not sure why you're saying it's the wrong character with Tom Nook and that he doesn't collect debts, because like he totally is like, all right, welcome to my island. You are $20,000 in debt. I would like that back, please. You know, that's what how I understand it. This says, oh, I guess I read Era's comment wrong. No, they attacked the villages to force the Lord and his troops out. Oh, gotcha, yeah. So it's like, harass the peasants, get the Lord to go protect the peasants. That makes sense. Gotcha. Knights in medieval Europe were like mob and forcers. Gotcha. Yeah, I did not realize that. If you guys have any like reading on that, I'd be curious to read that. No, Tom Nook is the right character. The other character. Not sure what you're referring to. Oh, Philobar. I see. Gotcha. Alrighty, Rue. This is a great story. I was about to call you Califrac. This is a great story, Califrac. Thank you for joining us for today's story. We appreciate your services. This is a good story, Deathshead. Thank you for submitting. Now I kind of want to start doing that, just like thanking the characters in the story. Outside of any of the tutorials, Nook never asked for any of the money back. You never have to give him a cent. Interesting. Fourth wall shattered. Yeah, Dixie, you are joining us for a story would be believable, but not Califrac. Exactly. Alright. Time to go on to Documancer's story. And I think I did not include your questions, if you had questions. So can you copy over your questions into the not-so-private chat so I can grab those? Alrighty. Was it worth it? My Documancer. 350 words. No, it couldn't be him. He was in Homeverse. And yet, he sauntered right to her, brown curls and all. Ellery squeezed her wooden pencil and it snapped. The pieces dropped to the floor, reminiscent of her damaged heart. Hi, Elle. Shh, uttered a woman. She was a foot tall and floated like a pixie to another bookshelf. No, Ellery refused to let him ruin her traveling. There were more books to read, so she left him there, expecting him to leave. His human-sized silhouette matched Ellery's pace on the other side of the shelf. When she slid out a book, his freckly face poked through the gap. Typical Thane. She shoved the book back, hoping she got his nose. "Elle, wait," Thane whispered. She didn't wait, and made some nonsensical zigzags, trying to lose him. When she entered a new section, she lifted another book. He was on the other end. His cigarette stench wafted, ruining the library's musk. She shoved the book hard, and he sputtered, "Ow!" She rubbed her pant pockets, debating if this universe was worth the hassle. She could ditch him, as he had done before. A menacing "shh" echoed. Ellery scurried, but the creak of Thane's footsteps followed. She turned on him suddenly. He froze with his eyes wide, expecting her to punch him. "No," she muttered. "Come on, Elle, let's talk," he pleaded. Talking led to sorries, and sorries led to broken promises. "No!" Ellery hissed. He tried to put a clammy hand on her, but she shoved past him and kept her hand atop her pocket. An acidic flavor burned in her throat. "Come on, don't make me seem like some monster," he murmured. "You are. Don't be like that, kitten." "So I'm kitten again. I thought it was too many issues. Too much trouble." "Well..." His hand lingered, as if he debated touching her. The thought viscerally made her ill. She stepped back, digging her hand into her pocket, and grabbed her brooch, the straddler. "I can, and I will, Thane." When the light flared, Thane shielded with his arms, and she was gone. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Hang on a second. I heard a weird noise. Did you guys fill up the Encore bar? Oh, no, it's not totally full, but it's almost full. Oh, there's an ad incoming. Alrighty. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ireland Ghoulish Misfit. Let's see, Eddie said, Knight was a title granted by the nobles, so they were above the peasantry, but not quite noblemen. I think the proper historical term is petty nobles. Oh, and then he's responding to what Mako said. Weren't knights the nobles or even minor nobles? Are you sure you're not just thinking of soldiers? True. And incoming, brace yourselves! How do I? Yeah, there you go. Brace yourselves! All right. This is a good story, Documancer. I think where the story really shines is that it feels well, I guess I should not start. There's an ad coming, so let's not start. I feel like Wellerman is a because it's an old sea shanty, there's no like copyright on that song, right? I mean, I feel like I should sing Wellerman when the ad is incoming to go along with Wolf's Moby Dick references about killing the whale. I'm guessing you meant bestow. I need to look into this again. I thought only the king, queen could bestow knighthood, not just any baron or duke. Interesting. Also, do you guys like the color of the moth? Because I can change the color. There's the ad. Okay. Camera, Twitch chat. Cat. Camera, Twitch chat, kitty cat. Can I get both of them? Kind of. One of them's covered by the chat, but they're both there. You are sleepy. Not even lifting your head. Little kitty. Wellerman technically wasn't a sea shanty. It was composed by songwriters later in the Exploration Age. Still probably public domain, I imagine. Gotcha. Drunken Sailor was a sea shanty. It was definitely in the public domain. I was gonna say I don't know if I can sing that one, but maybe I can. Maybe I know it well enough. You're sleeping, not even lifting your head. Mood. It works. It blends with the color palette of the assets. Good to hear. Yeah, I picked it because, I mean, I could go like full red because like the Amitas that I've commissioned are drawn in red, but I don't know. I kind of preferred the more gold color to doing red. You're cute. Yeah, I guess there might be quite a few sea shanties that that are in the public domain. Actually, come to think of it, because if I have heard people singing them for ASMR, that probably means that they're okay to sing. they're copyright free. So maybe I need to have just a hi kitty. Can you see him lifting his head? He's cute. Oh, there he is. Oh, kitty cat. I don't know if I should pet you, because if I pet you, then you might get up. You might get up and go away. Yeah, it's true. It's a thing you might do. It's a thing. Now he's hiding beneath the table. Oh, now he's getting up anyways. Alright, if you're gonna get up anyways, I'll come pet you. Baby cat. Baby cat. The minute I close the door, I tell ya.
Hi, Boo. You gotta pay the cuteness tax.
Can I?
There's, no. There's the feet. Kitty. Feet.
Oh, this is so weird to have them in full view and not just the tiny view.
They get to see all your fluff. All of it in full view. He's like, Kaylee, please. Don't fall. Oh, baby. You're stepping on all the wrong things.
Oh no, baby. Oh, I need to turn on the tree. Okay, let me put it on the right scene, and then you can. Oh, is there?
Kitty Boo.
Well, it is plugged in.
I thought it was the plugging in that did it.
Okay, maybe I don't know how to turn it on. It has lights. Oh, baby cat. Alright. Oh, that's great. The thing is, I want to practice because I can try and sing that, but I'm like, when I try to sing in front of people, then often it'll just come out horrible. I can sing completely fine by myself, or it tends to be, if I've practiced, I can sing fine. But if you're just like, all right, Kaylee, sing, it'll probably sound like crap. So I'm nervous. But I love that. I'm gonna write it down over here. Sea shanties were born in the public domain. All the single ladies can be sung as a sea shanty. True to both statements. But I don't think I can sing all the single ladies. That is not a public domain song. Most sea shanties come from sailors in the exploration age, singing to sync their movements, so they are folk songs and therefore have never been registered to anyone. And as Mako said, we're born in the public domain. The challenge is finding real sea shanties versus modern folkish songs composed and registered to specific artists to sound like sea shanties. Very true. The problem is a person's cover of a sea shanty is that person's copyright. Gotcha. Alrighty. Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, kitty, you really want out? Okay, you've paid the cuteness tax. You can go.
Okay. I don't know how much of that you could hear, but that would be hilarious if you could. Okay. So I woke up with a headache today, and I'm finally starting to feel better, but that was my alarm to go take some more medicine, so I think I still am going to do that. Okay, gotcha, it was just a burr. I have a metal song as my alarm for most of my alarms, because the song has talking at first. Yeah, and the talking is very creepy. The talking is, if I can remember correctly, I'm here to tell you a story that will haunt your what is it? Haunt your thoughts by day and haunt your dreams by night, or something like that. And then I think there's another line, and then the emptiness will haunt you, and then there's a guitar riff. And so I had that because I'm actually a very light sleeper, so just that talking is usually enough to wake me up, and so I will generally be like, get it before the guitar starts. And which is exactly what I just did. But yeah, so anyways, I will quick go take my medicine, and then come back. I can put on some tunes. The song, if you're wondering, is the Curse of the Virgin Canvas, by Alisana. That's the alarm song. Not this song. This song is a nice jaunty tune from Heartbound. Alright, give me a sec. I came back to something less jaunty.
Kitty, I thought you were following me. Are you not? You want in or not, Kitty Boo?
Silly cat. He's like, I want in, but only if you don't close the door. I gotta dig the ambiance vibes. I'm glad. Yes. Oh, so you guys really liked that last song then, huh? So, that song is just called Hot. The song before it was Hey Buddy, and this one is Hot. Well, let's go back a little bit. Is this the one? Sounding right. Yeah.
Hi, Kitty. You coming to stay? Pepe? Meow. Yeah. You stay. No, don't go. No, don't go. Please stay. Please stay, baby.
We can explain the fireplace sounds. The earlier song is called Cold. It was the very first one that was played. I don't know if anybody ended up hearing that one.
Kitty.
Documancer and I. Musical chaos. The cat. Actual chaos. Yeah, I guess you are encouraging chaos by making me play it again. Encouraging me to play it again.
Meow. Kitty Boo. Kitty Boo. You silly little weirdo.
All right. Okie dokie. Going back to the actual story. I like the story because I think it's very real. Like, even though you've got wacky fantasy stuff going on, this very much feels like real people and a real conversation that could take place. So I I like that a lot. I guess we'll just start going through the comments. So I am wondering why it is titled the way that it is, because I'm left wondering, was what worth what? Like, was it worth it to come here, Thane? Was it worth breaking up with her, Thane? Was it worth slamming the book in his face, Ellery? Was it worth using your brooch to get away, Ellery? Like, I don't really know what that's referring to exactly. And then, so I'm kind of two minds regarding these more fantastical things, because we have, like, Homeverse, and then we have debating on this universe was worth the hassle. On the one hand, I kind of like them because it's not necessary it's not necessarily necessary to know exactly what that means to understand the story. They're just kind of like the window dressing of the story, kind of like with the last one, and I do enjoy the thoughts it brings to mind. But on the other hand, I do feel a bit confused by it, because I'm kind of going, what does Homeverse mean? Does that mean her home universe? Is this her home universe? Did she leave him in her home universe? Like, what, or is it not about universes? Like, what does that mean? So I guess, like, the one thing that is that maybe the ending would lose a bit if you didn't mention the universes things, but, like, I'm used to magic. You can tell me that she magically disappeared and I'll believe you. So it's kind of, on the one hand, doesn't really subtract from the story, isn't necessary to get the depths of what's going on. On the other hand, it also doesn't really add a whole lot, but potential confusion. So, what do you guys think? But I do like the general vibes, and like being in a library, where you can travel between worlds and see pixies around. They are good vibes and stuff. And I do like the kind of foreshadowing about her damaged heart. I think that's good. So this line right here, this is the line that I have the biggest critique for, because he says, "Hi, Elle," and someone who's not Elle responds. So at first, I actually accidentally read this as the woman, and so I was like, well, you already introduced her as Elle, you don't have to call her the woman. And I only realized on my second read, oh no, it's from someone totally different. It's not Elle talking at all. But the greater issue with it is that it sounds like this is Elle, especially because we're expecting a response from Elle, and also because we would expect our main character to be described. The reader thinks that this is Elle's description, and everyone that I've talked to thought that this was Elle's description. And so the thing is that cool that, like, this lady is a magical pixie floating around? That's awesome. But if you're going to spend words to describe someone physically, describe your main character, not a rando that we'll never see again. Especially because that can cause the confusion that we just explained, that we will think that you are describing your main character and you're not. And if this is meant to be Ellery, then it would need to be on its own paragraph, because woman and she sounds like it's saying that I am describing the woman. But yeah, so the other thing is that, like, it works to have him say something and then library goers shush him, but I do think that it would work a bit better to have him or them be shushed later, like after they keep talking, because it would remove the confusion of him talking and us expecting a response from L and getting a response from someone who's not L. And it would make a lot of sense of like, yeah, if somebody says one thing in a library, then you might get some dirty looks. But once you start like having a conversation in a library, yeah, that's when people are gonna be shushing.
Baby. Do you want in or out? Make your choice. Kitty boo. Silly kitty boo. Yeah, okay.
Traveling is kind of a similar thing. On the one hand, I really like it because it's like, oh yeah, like traveling through books and stories. That's so cute and fun. I like that. But on the other side, it's like, that is a bit confusing to go from traveling and we're like, okay, like, are we world traveling, like universe hopping? What are we traveling to? And then reading is kind of like, okay, like I have to adjust to that for a second. Honestly, like I don't know. I was about to say like world traveling might be better, but I don't know. Maybe it would be worse. I'm not sure. And then, well, and this one as well is this also makes it very much sound like I'm pointing out that he's human-sized because she is not human-sized. And so I think that exacerbates the problem of us thinking that Ellery is the pixie and not some random lady. And then I'm also wondering why she would be expecting him to leave. Because, like, he got there to talk to her and try to win her back and stuff. And so I don't really understand why she thinks that ignoring him or walking away would be enough to make him be like, well, shucks, and go home. I do like the... Oh, yeah, I forgot to point this out. This is really interesting because... So you say, and yet he sauntered right down to her brown curls at all. Reading that made me realize that I feel like it's not often, like, curls is not often described for men's hair. And granted, like, a lot of men and male characters have short hair that, well, I mean, even short hair can be curly. So, I don't know. But I usually use that, I usually see that word used in fiction to describe women's hair. And so, this is not a problem at all. I just thought that was really interesting that I was like, huh. Not usually a word that I see used to like refer to a guy's hair of just like brown curls and all and stuff. And I guess maybe it's the phrasing because like yeah, you would totally say, you know, oh yeah, his hair was curly. Like I'm not saying that that's weird. I think it's just that particular phrasing of like brown curls and all. All right. I do like the book stuff and her trying to get his nose. I think that's really cute and fun. I do like typical Thane. I think that is a great way to introduce his name because it's like, oh yeah, he does this all the time. Typical Thane. Sounds very natural for her to think, a very natural way for his name to come up. And now we as the audience are like, cool, putting that name into the brain bank. So that works very well. I do think it's kind of hilarious, the image of her trying to like zigzag around and him following her. I have kind of mixed feelings on the cigarette stench because on the one hand that feels like something she would immediately notice, and so it actually feels like that might be a better first description of like he sauntered right up to her, cigarette stench and all. On the other hand, I do kind of like, this is kind of the thing of like, when people don't like laundry lists, they're like, pepper in the physical description throughout the story, and so I think you are doing that. I think you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and it's good. I don't know why, because the freckles work super well. I don't know why the cigarette stench particularly makes me go, I feel like that should have been earlier, but I don't know. So another one of those things where it's like, I like it, I like what you're doing, but also I'm not sure if it should have gone earlier. I do, even though the line is, I'm wondering exactly what it means, and it's maybe a little bit confusing, I do kind of love the idea of, is this whole universe worth the hassle? Because this one guy is here. I do think that's great. Was this meant to be she, or is this he, that he ditched her before? And then I do like them suddenly meeting face to face, and then him being like, don't punch me. I think that's great. This is probably my favorite line. I like that a whole lot. Yeah, this feels like the loudest thing, especially in how I read it, so that very much feels like either there should be a third sh, or this is where the shoulds should start. I love when my comments are just vomit. But yeah, is this meant to convey that she's like, oh, I just threw up in my mouth because you touched me? Okay, he ditched her before. Gotcha. Just saw that. Okay, so this is a hello in camera, welcome. So this is actually a larger thing with this story, which is that I totally get, the prompt is totally there, she very obviously thinks that he's the villain, that's there. But the thing is that I'm kind of left going, is he though? Especially with so strong a statement as don't make me seem like a monster. You are. And I'm kind of sitting here going, okay, whose side am I on? Is she right? Is he a monster? Or is she blowing this way out of proportion? Which is kind of related to my other large critique for the story, which is that I think the story works very well. And there is a progression in the sense that it progresses from trying to ignore him, trying to get away from him, failing at both, to leaving the world, to teleporting away. So there is a physical progression of what is going on, but there isn't really much of a emotional dialogue, what's going on, action kind of progression, if that makes sense, because the story starts with him being like, hey, I would like you back, and her going, no, F you, I hate you. And the story ends with, hey, I would like you back, and her going, no, F you, I hate you. And there's not really anything more added to that. The main addition that we get is that we hear, I thought it was too many issues, too much trouble, which is not that strong of a statement. That's, of course, there's that's totally a reason to be mad at somebody. You can absolutely be mad at somebody for breaking up with you. But that is actually kind of the question, that it's is he this monster who treated her terribly, who didn't value her, who threw her away? Or is this just a normal breakup where he was completely civil to her? Well, maybe not completely, but he was as civil as he could be to her, and she is just super duper salty. I really can't tell. And granted, if you wanted that question and that confusion, the story works perfectly well. But the thing is that I feel like going more into what happened, why are they broken up, why does she hate him, instead of just, no, F you, I hate you, go die, instead of just the continuation of the same thing repeated over and over. I think getting deeper, giving the reader some answers more than just this of what's going on, why she hates him, I think would make for a more dynamic and interesting story, at least for me personally. Especially because I leave the story going, okay, is he a horrible monster, or is she just super salty? I really don't know. So, and like, yeah, like this is a very strong statement. And so I'm like, I need some backup. I need some sources on a strong statement like that. Cause him saying, nope, I can't be with you. You have too many issues. You're too much trouble. Sucks to hear that. But I'm not sure it objectively makes him a horrible monster. you know what I mean? This is creepy though. I will. Funny thing is that this honestly makes me feel more like skin crawly than this does. Let's see. I do like the description of clammy hand. That also gives off the gross vibes. Again, there is a question, and that is kind of a thing of like, is he actually a gross, clammy man? Or is she just over-exaggerating and she's like, oh yeah, like, if she was in love with him, she'd probably not be thinking his hands were clammy. But because she's salty, she's like, oh, you dang clammy hands. Get off me with your clam hands. And it's a similar thing with like the thought made her viscerally ill, because on the one hand it's like, whoa, that's really strong, like if that's true, this guy sucks and he really is a monster, this is bad. On the other hand, again, maybe she's just super salty and doesn't like his clam hands and feels sick to be around him, not because he's actually a sickening horrible monster, but just because she's mad. I can't really tell, because this is very much inside of her head, and I don't know if she's a reliable narrator, because she clearly is salty about being broken up with. And if that's your intention, that's great. But if you intended something a little more concrete, I don't feel like I can make such a judgment. I do like this, though. I want more, but I do quite like that. I do like getting that answer. And then, so I feel like saying here, she stepped back, digging her hand into her pocket and grabbed her magic brooch, would work a lot better than this, because how this reads is like, ah yes, and he reached into his tie rack and pulled out his tie, Jerry, and he went about his day. It's like, why did we need to know the tie was named Jerry? Like, calling the brooch the straddler does not tell us its function, does not tell us it's magical. It shows that there's some importance to it, but it does not say, this brooch can teleport you, or teleport you across universes, or anything like that. It's just like, it just tells us the brooch has a name. It's kind of one of those things that, talking about the function first, and then letting the reader learn it has a name as the story goes on, and of course, which doesn't work as well for short stories, but, if you continue this universe, then you could kind of throw that in there somewhere. But as is, I'm kind of going like, okay, like she grabbed her brooch, Jerry, and I'm like, why do I need to know? It's called Jerry. And then like she disappears, and I'm like, I guess that's why it's called Jerry. Like, I guess Jerry is called Jerry because Jerry is magic, because Jerry has a function. Yeah, why does the tie have a name? Exactly. That's a good point. Like, especially regarding the thing of asking questions I shouldn't be asking. Instead of me asking, like, oh, does this brooch have a name because it has a function? Instead, it just surface level makes me ask, why am I getting a name for this brooch? Why does the tie have a name? Kind of thing. But nonetheless, I do like the ending, and I actually do like that you foreshadow the brooch by talking about her rubbing her pant pocket and being like, is this universe worth it? I think I do like that. I think that's cool. Sorry about me. What's going on there, Kramer? You're a tie, Jerry. Nice. Alright. Keep in mind I have a shared universe where one of the characters I write is a sentient number 2 pencil. Amazing. I feel like that's different though, because like it's sentient and is a character, as opposed to like, here's my pencil, Bob. It's like, oh, you're giving Bob your pencil? No, Bob is the pencil. Okay, why do we need to know that? I just thought you ought to know. Thought you ought to know. Alright, so it's... Oh, interesting. Documancer says, funnily enough, this story is based off some catharsis from a situation I experienced. Gotcha. Well, that's definitely leaning me on the side of Ellery is right, if it is based on real life. But I'm glad you could get a catharsis in this way. Homeverse is their universe, Ellery and Thane's universe. Gotcha. So then what... So is this saying like, oh, he can't be here because he's in our home universe? Is that what that means? In 1 to 3 years, MasaCur Zuckerberg will be announcing Homeverse, the home metaverse device. Very possible. In the end, she magically vanished. So wait, so she didn't teleport between universes? She just like vanished herself? Or is it just kind of like she disappeared in smoke so she could get away, not portaling between universes? L, nickname for L. I gave a separate image of a magical pixie. I was trying to give her a body. Ellery is human. What do you mean, trying to give her a body? Yeah, so the thing is, like, we would assume that Ellery is human, but when only, like, if you don't describe anybody, like, but Thane, we're gonna assume that Ellery is human. But the fact that you describe someone in detail makes us, we don't, because of the critique of, like, you probably shouldn't describe characters who aren't important, it causes this problem because it makes us go, oh, this person was described, they must be important, they must be our main character. Whereas just leaving that off, we would assume that Ellery is human. Hi, cat. Interesting. Okay, Ghoulish says that a conversational library equals death stares and at least one shush. Gotcha. So you're saying the minute any words are spoken like that, yes, that should be when the shush comes out. I guess, like, in that case, you would need to, like, either go, like, hi, Elle. No, Ellery refused to let him ruin her traveling. There were more books to read, so she left him there, expecting him to leave. Shh, utter woman. I don't know, I think that's too far. Maybe just like, hi, Elle, the librarian uttered a shh, or a library goer shushed him, or something like that. I think you'd really need to front load the description of, this is a librarian, this is the library goer, and not just say a woman, you know, and show that, and then not describe them. I mean, that makes sense. I want to introduce people as early as possible. I don't know if timing is giving me enough info, because it sounds like you're saying about this, and she's not really a person who needs to be introduced. Like, Ellery and Thane need to be introduced. They're really the only ones. Everybody else is an extra, so anybody else getting an introduction makes them seem important, and they're not. I'm pointing out he's human-sized because he's from her world. The pixie thing was supposed to be describing the world in the current world. Yeah, that's too much going on. Like, we really don't need to know that she's in a pixie world at all. And like I said, it actually created the opposite problem, because pointing out that he's human-sized makes me go, okay, if that's important to point out, like, that's my default, right? And so if that's important to point out, it must mean that's important. It must mean that the other main character is not human-sized. Because it's really not important that everybody else here is a pixie. They're the only ones who are important here. And so pointing all of that out causes extra confusion because of its unimportance, if that makes sense. I've never seen that. Expecting him to leave, I'll counter that she's kind of in survival mode. Gotcha, okay. I think, let's come back to that. I think you're going to talk more about this in a second, but let's see. So yeah, she got a bit of acid reflex to his touch. Gotcha. Yes, Ink, you're one of the Encores. We've almost unlocked our first one, and our first one is Azo. And he says, I love it when my comments are just vomit. It would be hilarious if you had made your comments on Microsoft sticky notes rather than Word itself. Cut to a few weeks later. Why did I write vomit at random? I don't know that I've ever used Microsoft sticky notes. How does that work? That sounds like that could be better ambiance on the screen than comments if I can put them in the document. Yeah, and so maybe he's a stalker and constantly trying to get back together. That would absolutely warrant the response that he gets. I don't feel like I have enough info to make that judgment. Again, I think we'll come back to that because I think I saw a good chunk of info from Documancer, so I want to get through all the discussion and then talk about it. Eddie says, I had the same issue of not quite getting the level of his action, so I thought, so who's the villain again? Yeah, exactly. That it not knowing if he really does suck, if he really is a monster, you're kind of going, okay, well, maybe Ellery's supposed to be the villain because she's treating him like this. She's treating him so rudely. Maybe he doesn't deserve that, you know? Documancer says, I did make that questionable intentional because it creates intrigue to read to the end, but I think I did that too well. Gotcha. It definitely did that, and like I said, I do like the info we get. It's just that this is not a strong enough statement for me to feel like it is proportional to what she's been saying, you know? I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Considering this is a multiversal reality, he could even literally be a humanoid clam. Amazing. Documents. Oh gosh, I've also been on the receiving end of being creeped and stalked on. Do not recommend. And Wolf is saying he received that too. I'm very sorry to hear that you guys have gone through that. Yeah, Ghoulish says, there's a fictional trope where people vilify their exes, which is not healthy. I don't feel like that's totally fictional, Wolf. I think that happens all the time in real life. Which, like, goes along with what's good about this story, is that this story is very realistic, and we're even seeing in the comments that, like, some people are saying, hey, maybe this is a stalker, I can relate to that because I've been through that. And other people are going, hey, like, I've been vilified as an ex, and that doesn't feel good. And so that is a cool thing about the story, is that you can, at least if that's intended, you can take either side and view either side as the villain, which is cool. That was my intention, to be less concrete. Gotcha. Yeah, Ghoulish did say, heck, people do it in real life, yes. And look, Jerry is a key member of the team. Bob from accounting would not be the same without Jerry around his neck. Now I'm imagining like a Ratatouille situation mixed with the episode of Gravity Falls where like they have the brainwashing tie on Stan. Documancer. The brute straddles the universes. That's super cool. I really like that. But it's kind of similar to what we were saying before about the Pixies thing. I don't really have enough context to make that distinction, because I don't really fully even understand what the whole universe thing is, like what's going on there. And so then I can't, just from the name The Straddler, go, oh yes, it straddles the universes, I understand. I need to know its function before its name. Yeah, correct, he can't be here, he's at our home universe, gotcha. She magically portaled between different universes. I assume you're saying at the end. No, I remember now, his name is number 3 Pencil. Poor Pencil, lost a rank to number 2. So why... Oh yeah! Fantastic point. Mako says, so why books and shelves her size? yeah, I was totally imagining that the books and shelves are her size, and so I was kind of imagining, oh yeah, like this is a fun world where we got humans, we got fairies, we got elves, maybe there's a giant in here somewhere. Like I'm just thinking, oh yes, there's like a mix of different races around here, not like this is Pixie World, especially because the shelves seem to be the correct size for her and Thane, and for her to be shoving books at Thane. Because I feel like if it's just a little tiny book, maybe that would still hurt, but it would just be like, I hate you, kind of thing. Wait, okay, now I'm extra confused. Documancer says, fair, I was going to make it more than just fairies, but word count. So I'm quite confused, because I thought the whole reason that you brought up the fairies is because you wanted to convey that this is a fairy world and they're humans. And I was like, that's a little too much, and I didn't really fully get that. But now you're, and like I said, I was getting the impression that it's different races and stuff like that. And now you're saying you did want it to be different races. I mean, I feel like my critique still stands either way, that like mentioning the pixies was just a little too much and ended up, and just like not mentioning that, or at least not mentioning it in that particular way, would be better. But what was I gonna say? I'm not sure. Yeah, Drago said I also imagined her as a fairy. Did make it deliberate for Thane's means of travel to be unknown, as Ellery had no idea how he got there. I think that one works. Nice, I like the curly hair stuff. And our time to figure out how to convey magical world in one sentence. I mean, you could describe the setting more generally, perhaps, that instead of talk, because I think part of the problem, if not like the whole problem, was just that you described this particular person and you described them when we're expecting Ellery to be talking and introduced. However, if you started with like Ellery wandered between the bookshelves, she like a pixie fluttered in to grab a book, or like she helped a pixie pick out a book, and she saw a cute elf, wandering by in the history section or something. So you could like describe the setting in general of like, okay, there's pixies, there's elves, there's people around, and then she sees him, and then we go, no, it couldn't be him. I think that would work. I think that would convey that this is a magical world. Eddie says maybe shh, a nearby pixie uttered at the couple. Yeah, that could work. I don't know if saying couple works there, but that does convey outside of the main characters, here's a pixie. that could work. Alrighty. What else was I gonna say? But yes, I feel like I had a lot of critiques for this one, but actually, like, overall, I thought it was quite good. I thought it was quite well written. This is just sometimes the curse of the stream, that when the story is good, then I don't have as much to say about the good stuff, because it's just like, yeah, it's good. It works. And I have more to say about the critiques that I have. But I definitely liked it, and oh yeah, so I was... Okay, hold on a second. I definitely liked it. I liked how real it felt. So that reminded me I was going to talk more about like the stalker thing. And like, this is one that maybe I'd have to think about more, but I feel like there may be other ways you can convey that, if that... I don't think that was your intent. But if you intended it to be like, oh yeah, he's like a super creepy stalker, like maybe saying things like, he followed her to her home at night. He followed her to the restaurant that day, and now he followed her here, or something like that. We'd be like, I'm not sure I'm liking that, And then, like, I guess I'm trying to think how you could make, like, his actions more creepy. Because, like, yeah, if this is a stalker, just touching her, just going after her is creepy in and of itself. So I'm trying to figure out how to convey to the reader, hey, yo, he's a stalker. Like, hey, yo, this is not just her, like, overreacting to a breakup or being extra salty about a breakup. I mean, this is him being a creep. You know, like, I guess it could just be more boundary pushing, that instead of it being, like, the cute dalliance with the books, that it could be, like, he grabs her and she says, don't touch me, and then he grabs her again. Like, that would be pretty bad. Maybe you could go harder on, like, the cigarette stench. You could have it be, like, come on, kitten. Like, his cigarette stench filled up her nostrils or something like that. Like, right as he's saying that word. That would be very creepy. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, this might be something I would have to really, like, look at on my own. Because it's hard to think on the stream. It's hard to think fast about, like, deeper stuff like this of how you could change, like, the overall dynamics to make it more creepy. But I think there's definitely things that you could do. I guess a large part of it comes from the fact that we're just seeing him described neutrally and her reactions. Because like, good people can smoke cigarettes. Like, yes, cigarettes can often be, like, a villainous thing. But, like, perfectly good people can smoke cigarettes. So that's not immediately, oh, he's a villain. You know, it's potentially a tick in that column of, like, okay, not really a fan of cigarettes, so that puts you in maybe I've lost respect for you column. Doesn't make him a horrible monster on default. And so, like, we're seeing that, like, she thinks that his hands are clammy. She feels like she wants to vomit. She's feeling ill. But none of that is actually what he is doing, being creepy. It is her reacting. And, like, her reaction, like I said, could go either way. It could go, yeah, he is that creepy. She's reacting properly. Or it could go, she's super salty and her reactions are more hyperbolic. And so I guess, like, it would just have to be more... And it's hard to do because I was going to say it would have to be more objective descriptions of him, but now I'm going... Well, like, even the clammy hand, that could be an objective description, but I don't know if it is because it's from her head. And so I wonder if this is just a very difficult thing to do. I think it might be, but I wonder if this is a difficult thing to do because you're in her head. I'm sure that you can do it. I am certain, that you can do it. But yeah, I'll have to think about it. Again, dry use, yep. Ooh, yeah, that can work. English says, which is why when I write a Finveld story, I replace man with fae, so fae kind, every fae, a fae of a stature. Yes. And I love it when people do that, because I don't remember when I last heard that, but yeah, like, that'll happen where there are characters who are not human, and they're like, this man walked by, and I'm like, that is a fae. Like, that is not a man. It's something I like in Lore Olympus, that they don't use man, they use being. Like, I think that's cool. So I don't know if it would work completely for this. Like, I don't know if it would completely be able to work in for that, because that's kind of what Documancer tried to do with the pixie thing, but that's definitely something I like. Yeah, pair would work instead of couple. Yeah. Let's insert a more serious version of my Greek gods going, damn it. I like that too. I like that as well. Kind of like a puppy with a tail between his legs trying to come back into her life. That is the impression I got. Yeah, that's how I felt. No, Kaylee's notes. Vomit. Where are the Reapers vomiting? Hello, Loon Skywalker. I was trying to pair cigarettes with stench rather than odor to convey that cringe nose vibes like the clammy hands. I like that cringe nose. The cringe of the nose. And that is a good point. That using the word stench definitely made me go, I don't like that. I'm not really a fan of that. And I don't know if I fully understood that's why, but I think that is why. So that's a very good point, for sure. Documancer. I don't know how to balance the blatantness without being like, bad dude is a jerk. Well, why don't you, like, DM me and be like, Kaylee, remember to try to help, because I can try, like, if you're cool with it, I could try and, like, rewrite the story and keep as much of what you have as I can while trying to make him seem more stalkery and see if I can do it, or see if I also come to, like, the same conclusion and am struggling just as much. Yes, very good tale, Documancer. Let us go on to Makokam's story. You wouldn't be wrong. Chronicles of the Dragon, Jonathan, by Makokam. A man with dark, wind-ruffled hair walked into a room with cement walls and floors. Smoke swirled around him as he took the cigarette from his mouth, instantly snuffing it out, and put it into his pocket. His long black coat swished as he began pacing along the wall, casting occasional glances into the center of the room and the only other occupant, before slumping against the wall and sliding to the floor. I've read about you, he said. The gods. In school. They said there was a theory about... I think it was something that was passed down from one person to another, but no one ever confirmed it. But you, he pointed, are not the Artemis in the textbooks, so I think it's right. He sighed. But what does that mean? Is it just the name? Can't be. The other Artemis has been around longer than cameras, so it is passed on. He paused. Is it just the power? Or is there an identity with it? Are you a host? Is the original personality still in there? Do you talk to each other? Can you tell the difference? Does it tell you what to do? He paused again, tapping a finger on his leg. How long has it been with you? How did you get it? Were you born with it? Or did the last Artemis give it to you? The goddess looked up at him, skin dry, crackling, and pale to the point of translucency. She struggled to sit up, matted hair falling into her hate-filled eyes, and pulling at the necromantic chains holding her down and draining her eternal life. Fuck you, he sighed, shaking his head. Yeah, that's what I thought you'd say. Good talk. And he got up, reignited his cigarette, and left the room. Throw up those moths and monsters, cheer this story if you loved it. And to get that little moth, to get the wings all the way up to the top. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Hello, says Makeup. Alright. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Did we do it? Did we get to 2,000? Awesome. It's all bubbly now. So I don't think I said this, but what I realized as I was talking about it is that I don't know how Benji set it to like go back to 0 and then come back. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. It is telling me the number. It is saying it's over. It didn't stop there. So I guess, like, do you guys want me to try to reset it? Or, well, if I try to reset it, it'll get your 200 to go away. So, I'm not sure. That is a fair Magistrate Ironlung. Alrighty, room. So, Mako had a question here. Hi, I actually have a question this time. I went back and forth on this a lot, and honestly, I'm not sure I made the right decision. But I had a different version of the opening, and I'd like to know what you think of it. A man with dark, wind-ruffled hair walked into a room with cement walls and floors. Smoke swirled around him as he took the cigarette from his mouth, instantly snuffing it out, and put it into his pocket. His long black coat swished as he began pacing along the wall, casting occasional glances at the woman in the center of the room. She was chained to the floor and sat unmoving, with matted hair and skin that was dry, cracked, and pale to the point of translucency. One might have thought she was dead, if not for the fact that her eyes looked at him with deep hate. He slumped against the wall and slid to the floor. So let me know if you think that's better. Otherwise, thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed it. Very late. P.S. Different story. Even later, P.S. A question I really should have asked but wasn't thinking clearly. Did it feel like there was a purpose behind his questions? And so feel free to answer those questions in the chat. And it looks like there's an ad incoming. And then the other question that I have to ask about this story is, where did you guys see the prompt? Who did you think the villain was and why? Oh, she blows! Yes. I'd say different if we had an on-screen counter. I'm not sure what you mean. I do love how the little bubbles look going up. Waiting for the ad to come. I like Drago's thoughts. I'll read them after the ad. Well, or after my praise and critique. I'm so happy that it's here. I wonder, let me try something. 'Cause this, well, hey, maybe we could do that. No. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better to have the whole thing as opposed to just the black on top. There we go. Hello, the Shadow Legion. There's a cat.
Oh, there's a cat. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, sneeze. Oh, no. I woke you up and started a sneezing fit. Just terrible. Just terrible. It's just a little fluff ball.
And Bo is, you can't even see me pointing. Bo is on the other side of the table.
Oh, yeah.
Just a modest sneeze, yeah. Bella has nice little sneezes. Bo has big sneezes that blow chunks everywhere. And it's not good.
You've got the little sneezes.
Well, not chunks. No, I guess chunks is the wrong word for that, but snot, just snot, blow boogers. There we go. We call him Booger Boy because he sneezes and blows boogers everywhere.
Oh, itchy. Oh, itchy. Cheers. Oh,
Your dad has jump scare sneezes. He screams while he sneezes. My mom kind of has that. Not too bad, but sometimes I do get jump scared by her sneezing. Funnily enough, my dad does not have dad sneezes. My dad's sneezes are pretty small and pleasant. My girlfriend calls them snot rockets. Amazing. I have sneezed like 50 times in a row. I feel like I'm that's my category. It kind of depends, but sometimes I can sneeze a bunch in a row. I joke that I don't sneeze, I detonate. That's incredible. My sneezes shake floors. Incredible. Good sneezing content in this ad time today. Come for the stories, stay for the sneezes. Is this what you're asking for, chat? Is this the content you came for? Speaking of which, it says the community is back. Right as I'm saying, is this the content you came for? You return. It's like, actually, yeah, I came for the stories. I could do that, yeah. As long as they're all unlocked, I would be willing to do that. Oh gosh, that's really bad. I almost had a panic attack just because my dad sneezed and I saw it coming. That is wild. Come for the stories, stay for the cats, yes. Come for the stories, stay for the flesh horse. Alrighty, room. I enjoyed this story. I like getting to know more of what happened when Artemis was captured. And I like that because Makokam has talked a lot to me about how like the gods work in his universe, but I like seeing the characters in universe wondering about that and discussing that, and I think that's cool. And well, I guess I'll just start going through it. Let's see. Oh, kitty, are you going out?
Time to pay the cuteness tax. Time to pay the cuteness tax. Oh no, he's too bright. It can't handle it. The stream can't handle him. He's too angelic.
Yes, exactly. Is this the content you came for? Has similar energy to Are You Not Entertained? I was thinking about saying that. I should have.
Here, can I show the beans? There's the fluffy beans. Kitty. Oh, where you going? Yeah, you always do this. But you're just so soft and cuddly. Remember, cat?
He's looking longingly at the blue chair that Bella's on. It's really what he wants.
It's really what he wants. The blue chair. Just as Wolf's story foretold.
Bean tax. Yeah. Tax the beans. Alrighty. So I don't know if this is just me being nitpicky, but I do feel like the beginning, the like scene setting is a little bit wordy. I did help Mako with this a bit. I see Documancer's message, awesome. Let's see if I can find the what I suggested that was a lot more simple. And that's not to say that mine is objectively better. That's why I'm bringing it up now, because you guys can say which one you think is objectively better. But let's see. A man with wind-ruffled hair walked into the room, his dark coat swishing at his heels and cigarette smoke wafting from his mouth. A woman sat chained in the center of the cement room, her skin pale to the point of translucency. One might have thought she was dead, if not for the fact that her eyes looked at him with deep hate. So I just felt like that was like a little bit snappier. It's just like, okay, hair, coat, cigarette smoke. There's the woman. here's the problem. And like, of course, the like deep hate and stuff could be removed and only included later, but I feel like there are quite a few words used to like talk about the cigarette smoke and stuff, which is cool. But I also feel like just keeping it snappier and using those words for something else might have made for a better intro. I do like the description of him, though. I think we've talked about this before, that those who know Jonathan will know that that's Jonathan, and those who don't will get a clear picture of this dude. So I like that description. Yeah, I do think saying, in one of the reviews, was saying that it was unclear who the he was, who was talking, and so saying, you know, woman here could be helpful in that regard, for sure. Something that you could have done, this isn't necessarily a problem with the story, but something that I was realizing you could have done is say, I've read about Artemis, the gods, in school. And you could make it more of a reveal that she's Artemis, because saying you makes us go, oh, okay, she's a god, she's a goddess. The occupant is some sort of god. So I do think if you had said Artemis directly and maybe kept it more nebulous, that could have made for more of a reveal. And then I do like this, bringing it up as like, hey, I've read about this in school. They said there was a theory, but now you're right in front of me. Like, can you confirm the theory? I think that is a cool thing. I do think saying, so I think the theory instead of its would work a little bit better there. There's something a little bit weird about its. I'm also curious, because this was a critique that I did not have, but my dad had, and so it makes me curious what you guys think, especially because this is generally applicable. Do you feel like it's like technically, grammatically choppy, and did that detract for you? Or was that completely fine? I use this kind of phrasing all the time. In fact, I used it in one of my stories this week in the, I think I changed it to Terminal Magic, I think is what it's called right now. No, wait. It's the other one. It's the Don't Look at Me one. They're at the very beginning, it's just like, Victor told me to go to the cafeteria, period. Like, get a muffin, period. Like, stuff like that. So I cannot speak to this being choppy because I use that all the time and I don't have any complaints about it. But I'm curious if you guys have any complaints about that. I actually quite like the cadence of, but you pointed, are not the Artemis from the textbooks. I feel like I can really hear, if I voice acted it right, then that means I can really hear that correctly. So I like that. I'm curious why you picked cameras, if there's some significance to that, or if it's just saying the other Artemis is super old, but you're not. But then again, there is that question of like, okay, the other Artemis could be older than cameras, but so this one can be that Artemis, like, she's immortal, so she can be older than cameras and still here, if she's a goddess. So not quite sure exactly what that means. I really like the question of, is it just the power, or is there an identity with it? And then this idea of like, okay, then if there is an identity, is it just like a title, or are you a host? Like, are there two personalities inside you, or just one? And is the one the original goddess or you? I think that's really cool thoughts and questions. I like him tapping a finger on his leg. I think that's great setting. I also like the setting of him like sliding to the floor. I don't know why, but I'm always a fan of that action. I guess because it's angsty. And then this right here, this is my favorite paragraph. I absolutely love that description. It is so evocative and cool, and I can totally imagine that and the impact and visceralness of it. So I think that's super cool.
Oh, kitty. Cat. Come here, cat. Make your choice.
What's the, like, is it like the Keanu Reeves meme? Like, I give you access to the room and cuddles. Or like, I give you, I let you into the room. No, it would be like, you enter the room and get cuddled, or stay outside and no cuddles. I don't know. What is your choice?
Bo. Big cat, what are you doing? Baby.
That is not Keanu. What meme is that then? Oh yeah, the Keanu is something different, isn't it? There's other stuff I want to talk about, but I really want to hear the chat's answers to some of the questions before I talk about the other stuff. It's Timu Keanu. Interesting. Fun fact, cats are digitigrade. They walk on their toes while humans are plantigrade. We walk on our feet. So what you see as knees on a cat are actually their ankles. Interesting. I just wanted to imply that they had old photos of the previous Artemis and they were all the same person. Interesting. That seems to contradict though, because if you're saying, oh hey, we have photos of the other Artemis, then that's not you. This is saying the opposite of that. Like, the other Artemis was around before cameras, i.e. we do not have pictures of her. You receive this fab giant wooden horse. The Greeks receive. Don't worry about it. Amazing. I did see, so Drago said, oh, I really like the description in the first paragraph. Very cool imagery. Okay, so Drago disagrees that it was maybe a little too wordy. Very film noir vibe. Also, I was a bit confused at first, and then boom, we are shown the Artemis, and I'm like, oh no, poor woman. Definitely very sickly and dying vibe. Though I think his monologue was a bit too long, like so many very similar questions. But I did like the reveal at the end. It was very strong. Bows. Awesome. So, what did you think the reveal was? Are you saying the reveal that she's all like, the poor woman, you know, she's sickly and dying sort of thing? He does, yeah. Well, I read them to him because I think it's helpful to get the thoughts of not just me, especially because my dad usually has quite, I mean, it kind of depends, because sometimes he does have the same thoughts as me. Or at least he will have some of the same thoughts as me on pretty much every story. But sometimes he has very, very different takes than me, and so I find it helpful to talk to him about the stories and be like, okay, here was my take, and then if he has a different one, I can bring it to you and be like, I thought this! A different person thought this, you know? Yeah. Interesting. There's a diagram about what Wolf was talking about. Nice.
Kitty. Meow. It worked.
I don't know if you could hear him from that far away, but he did meow after I told him to. Yeah, so as far as I understand it, the intention with the story was to have it seem like Jonathan is the villain, that when she's saying F you, that it's because he has trapped her there, and so it's like all of him monologuing about the questions gets put into perspective of like, oh no, he's this horrible villain who captured her, how terrible, you know, kind of thing. So I am curious if anybody who does not know the universe did in fact take it that way. But the thing is, if you do know the universe, you will know that he actually is not the villain, or at least not the one who locked her up. So it's kind of yeah, he is just genuinely like talking to her and wanting to have answers to these questions and stuff. But even if he's not the villain, she clearly still thinks that he's the villain. And so then that's the other question of like, okay, if you got that he was not the villain, did you still get the idea of she clearly thinks that he is the villain? And I think that goes along with what Drago says of like, when I first read the story, I was like, oh yeah, I love the conversation, the monologue. Yeah, it's more of a monologue than a conversation, but I love the talk about the gods and Artemis. Great. But the more I read it, I think that, I think I'll have to agree that it does go on a little long, especially because a lot of the questions seem like they're kind of repeating themselves, in order to give you more words on the villain thing and maybe actually have them have a bit of a back and forth or something. And I think you could potentially just changing the line from fuck you to something different. Like, I don't know if this would be accurate, but the line I was thinking of is like, you can't even give me water. Or like, you know, you want me to talk? Give me water, or something like that. And, you know, him refusing to do that, or her saying that he doesn't do that. I think that would much more clearly, it's like, oh yeah, her basic needs are not even being provided for. That's pretty villainous, you know. I think you could do something like that, even if you didn't want to extend it into a longer conversation.
Kitty.
Because the conversation about the gods is great. Like, I really like it. Monologue. The monologue about the gods is great. I really like it. But it definitely does feel like it's not completely related to the villain stuff. Because if Artemis was the villain, it would work super well to have this whole monologue about it. But because she's not, it means that 90% of the story is focused on something that's not really related to the prompt. And so I think sparing some words to really hammer home the fact that she thinks that he's a villain, I think would have served the story for this particular prompt.
I know, your sister's in the chair and you don't like it. BB.
What do you guys think? Should I pick up Bella and put her on the table and give Bo the chair? I mean, she's had the chair for like 2 hours. That's cat. This kitty can meow on command. Yes.
Bubba. Mama. Kitty.
He's not looking at me. He has to be looking at me. Oh yeah, so the thing is, and this story actually,
hi, meow.
Maybe it's less of him meowing on command and more of me knowing his meowing habits, so I can say meow at the right time, because I know he's about to meow. That might be more of what it is.
Bo, look at me. Look at me, Bo.
Nah. Oh yeah, so this is really going to show you why it's beneficial to read these to my dad, because he had it, hey, Bella got off by herself.
Bo, the chair is yours. You can have it.
She has abdicated the throne, at least temporarily.
Right?
So, you have to repeat myself. Because he had a view of this story that honestly did not ever occur to me, and I think would be beneficial to talk about, which is that he thought that Artemis was being set up as the villain, because villains are imprisoned, because villains will look at you with hate-filled eyes. And so he took those as clues of, like, she's captured and trapped and imprisoned, not because she's a good guy captured by a villain, but rather because she is a villain, and this is where she should be. So that's really interesting. And I know for sure that's not the intention that you had. And I'm very curious, like, once again, did anybody else get that impression? And do you think that impression is like, oh yeah, I could totally see that? Or if you're like, that's a bonkers take that I would never have thought of.
Bo, the chair is yours. Come. Come sit in the throne. You can have it. You can have the throne. You can have the throne. Yes, you may. Get the cat. Get the cat.
Mako says, back to the camera thing. My idea was all the photos in books are of one Artemis who was known before cameras were invented. But this Artemis, the one in front of him, is different. The confusion still remains. Are you saying, like, this Artemis existed before cameras were invented, and right, his cameras were invented? And so we took pictures of her, and she was the same one from before cameras were invented. I don't really know how you'd know that, because cameras weren't invented before. So you'd only know... I know that this Artemis was captured on camera, and she's different from you. That doesn't really tell us that we know that the Artemis that was in those pictures is the same Artemis that existed before pictures existed. If that makes sense. Drago says, to be honest, I was very confused about who is supposed to be the villain here. And before the reveal of the sorry state of Artemis, I was wondering if he's talking to a villain. But then she was trapped and kind of dying, and I was like, oh shit. That makes sense. And I think that was the intention. Mark says, the moment Artemis was described, it was hard to see her as the villain. Fair. Though we have to keep in mind that you also do know this universe, so I don't know if you're the most objective judge, but that is helpful. And that's pretty much how I viewed it as well, because like I feel like that imagery incites compassion to me. But I know the universe, and I know she's not a villain, and she's captured. And there are villains, like a Hannibal Lecter situation, where they're like in a straitjacket and all captured and stuff. So like I could see a villain being captured in this way, and like, or like Kronos in Lore Olympus, he's just like a skeleton for a lot of the story. And so there are villains who have their life force drained, and it's like good. It's like that's what we want. We want them like super captured. And so like on the one hand, I'm like, I heard him say that, and on the one hand, I'm like, that does me a heckin' concern. That's what you thought. But on the other hand, I'm like, it kind of makes sense, because, like I said, villains can be in that position. It's not totally out of the ordinary for a villain to be in that place. So I'm not sure.
You're cute, kitty, you know that. You're super cute.
Also, don't let me forget, I need to submit the prompt putting the romance back in necromancy. I have forgotten to put that in, but reading necromantic made me remember I need to do that. I don't know what Ghoulish is saying, I don't know, too. Alright, well, I'm not getting much more of a response on the questions. You guys can still feel free to answer them if you want. Yeah. Because the people who were around when the camera was invented knew her. Maybe not how old she was, but just that she had been around before cameras. Gotcha. So that's like very much something that was passed down, that it's like, yes, I knew her when the camera was invented, and that you were around before this. Anywho, thank you so much for submitting, Mako. Good story. Oh yeah, so I was also gonna talk about the cigarette thing, because it is a bit weird that he puts the cigarette in his pocket. But I assume you did that to do this at the end, that he like reignites it, and it's like, that's not normal. I think that was the intention, but that was definitely a thing. Where it's like, why are you putting it in your pocket, man? There's gonna be a hole in your pocket. You don't want Santa's bell to fall out. Oh my gosh. Imagine Polar Express, Jonathan edition. All the children are dead when they get to the North Pole. Okay. With that thought, let's go on to MasaCur's story. First contact, Space Girl Rydia, and MasaCur. The regional natives of the planet dragged Rydia to the large pole planted into the ground. Several hands held her in place, while another tied her arms behind her back. "Interloper, we find you guilty of blaspheming our gods and their people," cried out an elder male of the mob. At the same time, two females stepped forward and splashed her with a liquid from jugs. It was sticky and pungent, with a distinct smell of fermented alcohol. "Hey, if you guys are gonna kill me, can I get a sip of that?" Rydia asked. The female regarded her with disgust and threw a splash of the liquid in her face. Rivulets dripped into Rydia's mouth. She regretted tasting it. The taste was as pungent as it smelled, with an aftertaste of mold. The science of distillation on this planet really needed to be developed. "You ate the sacrificial offerings given to our gods," the elder cried out. "I was hungry. It wasn't a sign, and I didn't want it to go bad," Rydia countered. "You wiped your mouth on our sacred documents." "I thought it was a tablecloth. You guys need to learn how to make paper. Or even better, go electronic." "You defecated in our sacred vessel." "I had to go, and it totally looked like a toilet." Merrigan pushed his way to the front of the mob, positioning himself between Rydia and the torchbearers, determined to set Rydia on fire. "Citizens of the third planet Vestifilis, I apologize for not knowing what you call your world. I am here to speak in Rydia's defense." Merrigan bowed before the mob. "She is a heathen infidel," the elder called out. "Yes, I understand. She offended you and your gods. Ignorance may not seem to be a good defense. She is quite possibly the most ignorant person I've ever met. She's not evil. She's just stupid." "Hey," Rydia protested indignantly. "She is a fool," the elder proclaimed. "Yes, she's a blithering idiot." "Here again," Rydia angrily yelled. "Rydia, shut up. I'm trying to save your life," Merrigan said. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it.
Seems the kitty loved it. Are you sure you want out, or you just want love? Time to pay the bean tax.
I don't know how much I do it on streams, but I call her Bella Bean, so the bean must pay the bean tax.
So cute.
Sci-fi stories, hell yeah!
Oh, you're so cute. No, you are. You're so cute. You're adorable. You used to hug me.
The tree turned on by itself. I don't know why it did that. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish Misfit. And here we see Hanlon's razor in action. Is that like Occam's razor, but about stupidity? That the most stupid explanation must be the truth or something?
Oh, look at the little
Ragdoll emote. My boy sometimes gets called jelly beans. That's awesome. Oh, I love the tree being on. It's so festive. Most acts of evil aren't done out of malice. They're done out of stupidity, incompetence, or imprudence. Gotcha. That makes sense. Alright. This story was super fun. It's great to see you writing more, MasaCur. I really like the scene setting. I think it works quite well. So, not really a problem with the story, but just like a thing I thought of, because there's a kind of a question of like, either they're speaking the same language or they can understand their language. And I do think, presuming, I think this is meant to be like funny, meant to be comedy. If you wanted to make it even funnier, I think having a translator actually could have made this story funnier, because just having like the native of the planet saying gibberish to Rydia, and Rydia being like, what did he say? And then the like C-3PO in the corner is like, yes, you have blasphemed the gods and they would like you dead. that kind of thing. I think could be really, really funny. And then I like her wanting a sip of that. I think that's a good introduction to her silly idiotness. Very, very fun. I do feel like the next line is a little bit weird because the line is, the female regarded her with disgust and threw a splash of the liquid in her face. So it kind of reads as like, oh, how dare you ask that? How terrible. Here you go. And she just like throws it properly into her face. Because like maybe it really was, maybe it really was just her trying to throw it at her and happening to throw it at her face, but it does feel weird that after she asks to get a sip of it and she's disgusted by that thought, that she would specifically throw it in her face. It feels like she would throw it anywhere but her face after that. And then, so my comments here, she regretted tasting it. The taste was as pungent as it smells. That's often how taste works. The science of distillation on this planet really needed to be developed. Yeah, they are in a primitive society. That is how development works. So if that was your intended reaction, if that was what you wanted readers to walk away thinking, I think those lines work very well. Though if that was not the intent, then I don't know, maybe there's an issue. This is a very small thing, but eating is different from drinking, obviously. But because she just consumed something, the next line being "you ate" immediately made me think that he's like appalled about what she just did. That she like drank a little of the thing, and then he's like, "You ate the stuff! How dare you!" And it's very quickly remedied that it's like, oh, okay, that she drank it, she didn't eat it. I don't think she's a sacrifice to the gods, so I mean, she could be, but quickly I realized, no, we're talking about something that happened beforehand, but ever so slightly is confusing.
You really want out, huh, kitty? Okay.
They really are so funny. Now that Bo has the chair, he's perfectly happy. I don't really know whose side I'm on in the dialogue, because a sacred document and tablecloth aren't really things that could get confused in my mind. So either it's a tick in the column of her being an idiot and they look nothing like a tablecloth, or they actually did look like a tablecloth, in which case I need a little more info, because I don't really know how that would be. Yeah, and so then her saying, like, even better, go electronic. Well, they have not developed anywhere near that level of technology, so that definitely does seem like dumbassery, like the idiot line. I do like that it's like going further of like, you ate the sacrificial offerings to our gods, and we're kind of going like, okay, like she didn't want it to go bad, like that's all right. You wiped your mouth on our sacred documents. Okay, that's definitely worse. It looked like a tablecloth. Okay, I'm not sure how that would happen. This is not looking in your favor, Rydia. You defecated in our sacred vessel. It totally looked like a toilet. Well, considering they probably don't know what toilets are, I'm sure any resemblance to real life toilets was unintentional. So like it slowly gets further and further. It gets more into idiot territory as we go on, and it escalates to more and more disrespectful stuff. And then I was wondering where Mirgan was, so I was happy to see him. And I really like the whole section with Mirgan. I really like that at the beginning he's like, I apologize for not knowing what you call your world, because that immediately is showing respect. That the whole point is that Rydia is not showing them respect and they're mad about it, but he, even in his first words, is like, I'm sorry, I don't know the name of your planet. I only know the name that we gave it. I think that's great. And then I think it's really cool because as I was like going through and being like, okay, that's worse. Okay, like, you know, viewing things worse and worse. Mirgan comes up and I'm like, I don't know how you're gonna get her out of this, Mirgan. And then he's like, she is not evil, she's just stupid. And I'm like, that's pretty much the only defense you could give. Good on you. I like that you went for that. I think that it, at least to me as a reader, worked really well, like in the reader's view of the story and mind. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the defense. That's what he could go for. And I absolutely love the, she's a fool. Yes, you're getting it. She's a blithering idiot. That's the defense. And then I like how Rydia is trying to defend herself and say no, and then he's like, you are being even more of an idiot and making it worse. Like, just shut up and let me save your life. I think that is great. As it says, so since I only got one review and Eddie brought up an interesting point, does Rydia come across as the villain or someone else, or anyone? Oh yeah, Rydia for sure. That was in no way in question to me, that like the natives of the planet totally view her as the villain, and it's kind of the situation of you think I'm the villain, but I'm just an idiot. Like that kind of thing. I'm not doing this out of malicious villainous intent, even though you think I'm the villain. I'm just an idiot. I like that. That totally worked for me.
Is that a cat? Hello. I knew you didn't want out. I knew you didn't. Oh no. You're offended. You're offended I said that.
She turned right around. Dragon says, love the banter of our space girl and her friend. PR, more likely. Oh, that's amazing. I love the idea of like, no. Mirgan's not her friend. Not her traveling partner. He is her PR. Universal translator used by both Mirgan and Rydia. Gotcha. Oh yay, Babelfish rule. You like that ruling? And he says, I thought of Mirgan in the role because of the context of the prompt. There's not really a you think I'm the villain moment from Rydia for me. Well, I could see Rydia seeing Mirgan as her villain with calling her an idiot with the obvious you think I'm the villain, I'm saving you interpretation. Okay, that does make more sense. Yeah, I was very surprised when I saw the comment as well. That does make sense. I think this is one of those prompts, and like, that is the thing, because something I struggled with one of my stories is that I had two characters talking about a character who wasn't present who's the villain. And I was like, well, but that means that there's no, like, you think I'm the villain thing. And so I ended up adding in a line that's kind of like, not exactly quoting them, but basically going, oh yes, this person would love that I think that. And so there is like a weird difficulty with this prompt of like that sort of thing, but I don't think that it's needed to have a direct line that it's like, oh, you think I'm the villain, do you? You can still have one character thinking another character is a villain even without a specific line, and I think it can still fulfill the prompt. But that is a cool thought that actually Mirgan fulfills the prompt too in Rydia being mad at him. And kind of a situation of like, you may think I'm the villain, but I'm trying to save your life, kind of thing. Oh, Mirgan is in fact Rydia's underling. She is his commanding officer. Oh, I didn't realize that. That's hilarious. Valley Girl voice might fit for Rydia. Oh, that would be funny. Most acts of evil aren't done out of malice. They're done out of stupidity, incompetence, or imprudence. That describes Rydia's entire life in general. And he says, as I mentioned before, I did not see the line, "You defecate in our sacred vessel," coming when reading it. I felt like the liquid thrown at Rydia was like the world's version of holy water, and splashing it again, this time on her face. Side note, missed opportunity to read Rydia's lines like a bimbo, though, because she's clearly the bimbo of astronauts, so lines like, "It totally looked like a toilet," or at least came off that way in the story. I mean, does MasaCur want me to read her lines that way? Because Rydia comes up sometimes, so if I am aware that that's how she should be read, I can do that next time. A very fun story, and like, this is another one of the stories where I'm like, it's really good. For the most part, it's good. But I don't know what to say about how good it is, other than just like, it's good. The more I have to talk about is the critiques. But I really liked it. I think it flowed super well. I think it worked well for the prompt. I think it was good. Also, Rydia is not human, correct? I remember there was like a story about her like being scared or something, or maybe it was like the apocalypse has been canceled story where her race like comes back to get her or something, and I was like, I did not know that she was not human. Look at story, good story. Next story. Nice. Oh, amazing. Well, right now it is actually time. I think I did that wrong. I think I put the space after Wolf story. But it is now time to do the breaky boo. It is time for the midstream question. And as you can see, there is no midstream question prepared. So, do you guys have any ideas for the midstream question? You would think I'm the villain. I thought it was you. Oh my goodness! If nobody used that use, somebody should write like a new story about that, because that's awesome. I love that idea. Wait, you think I'm the villain? I thought you were the villain, in like a very lighthearted thing. What kinds of like villain questions might we be able to ask for this stream? Because I guess like I'm trying to figure out how to make it into a question, but this stream brought up very interesting points and questions about the nature of villainy, because like in Documancer's story, right, I'm kind of going like, I don't know if he's the villain. I can't tell. And we're actually going to talk about that a bit with Azo's story as well. And so I think that came up in multiple different ways of like, the author's trying to make this character the villain, or make this character not the villain, but the reader might take it differently. I wonder if there's a question. I feel like the answer to that is quite simple. And he's like, midstream question, do y'all enjoy being villains and torturing your main characters? I feel like for a lot of people the answer is just yes. I mean, if you guys feel like you have more beefy answers to that, then I can definitely ask that, but I don't know if it's a beefy enough question. And he says, oh, I was just joking. I was kind of assuming you were, but I did not want to, like, blow off your question if you meant it genuinely. See, my post history. No, I'm trying to think of points from my story of that I can't tell. I can't tell. How much do we trust the reader? And how much do we exposit? This is the villain. Spirit finger gesture to the villain. This is the villain. Line comes out finger. Right there. There's the villain. That's a good question, because that can apply to like multiple different things. We might have asked something similar in the past, but I think it's been a while, so I think I can do it. How much do you trust the reader, and how much do you spell things out? How do you know when something needs to be spelled out? Kind of became both of us because I edited it. Alright. Sound good? Seem like a good question? Oh, Wolf had a different question. How do you convey your setting's morality without characters? That's interesting. I feel like I've already written it down, so I feel like I should go with this one, but I like that. Let's do a Penny Poo. Every time. Oh yeah, pin it. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Alrighty, room. I will see y'all in a little bit. I'm actually gonna go back to the cold song since you guys liked the hot song so much. So, the first song that will play will be cold. Where is the camera? There it is. Alright. Oops, nope. There. I have returned. I'm back. I love the tree so much. I'm always surprised seeing my own camera. I'm like, oh yeah, it's Christmas back there. I wish that the whiteboard was easier to easier to erase, and B, easier to see, because I would draw like little Christmas pictures on it. I mean, blackboard that uses whiteboard technology. The color is black, but the technology is white. That sounds so bad. Yes, exactly. That's the right meme. You do hot then cold, next needs to be lukewarm. That, yes, somebody should pitch that idea to Pirate Software. Dry erase. Yeah. I think Kaylee isn't trusting the reader enough right now with the blackboard explanation. I feel like I'm trusting you too much, because I'm trusting you to know what I meant and that I didn't mean anything offensive. Oh, thank you. Alright. So Eddie says, easy and quick answer from me. I trust the reader 90% of the time because I don't want to risk being preachy and because I know my audience, though admittedly I also write more one-offs than most people here. I think with very loose canons in the stories that do share universes, and at least a solid half of everything is comedic, meaning I don't need to explain long backstories accumulated from past stories I've written. Plus, this approach would not work for longer form content, I don't think. That's interesting. I didn't think about, like, A, because you write comedy, and B, you write about, like, the Greek gods and stuff, that those things help make your larger universes more consumable. Because, like, people already know a bit about the Greek gods, and so we can kind of come in with some info. B, it, like, has a vast pantheon that allows you to write one-offs of many kinds in it, and then C, it's comedic, and so you're just writing silly little scenes and not super dramatic, like, big long plots that require a bunch of explanation. The missing 10% when I talk about ancient Egyptian or ancient Greek settings, when I explore cultural elements that need to be explained because they're so distant from the modern world that I can't just name drop those concepts. For example, when I once heard a story about an ancient Egyptian farmer dreaming of the afterlife, so I explained the field of reeds a bit. Unless you count moments where beating the reader over the head with an idea over and over again for comedy, then I do that a lot. Just the stand still, stood still affair. That is a really good point of, like, you're pulling from, like, ancient Greek and Egyptian stuff and people will know about that, but when there's something that is not something in pop culture then, or widely known, then you need to explain that. I'll see, it's funny, my shirt is gray, but it kind of looks green compared to the black things behind me and then the green tree. Massa says, I'd like to try to rely on the reader to pick up certain things without being spelled out. Probably more so with my prompt pieces than with longer form writing, because explaining a thing takes up precious words, and sometimes it backfires on me. But I do tend to try to let the reader figure out some of what's going on by leaving little details and hoping they can fill in the blanks. That is fair. I also love in our group, it's like you just see a horrifying creature on the ground with, like, hiding something. It's like, what you got there, Gollum?
Precious words. My precious.
What you got there, Gollum? Holds up the ring. A smoothie.
A smoothie.
That's not what his voice sounds like, but my own voice is too shot. Wolf says, I think it depends on the type of story you're telling. In a mystery/thriller, you need to trust the reader enough not to only Not only to give them clues, but to have them understand your clues. In conspiracy fiction, maybe you trust them a little less to feel that sense of paranoia you're aiming for. But in general, I think writers should trust their audience at least 40% of the time, and at most 95% of the time. If the writer trusts the audience too much, they might lose the reins of the story. However, if the writer doesn't trust the audience, you can come off as preachy or out of touch. Very, very good point. And I kind of want to come back to that, but I want to like look at more answers before I do. Tonight's stream, Kaylee featuring a Christmas tree and the void. Give it up for our special guest, the void. Are you talking about the blackboard? Oh, interesting. So Masa did know about the Field of Reeds. Alright. And he says, not gonna lie, I'd enjoy a link to this playlist. I think, if I recall, I could be totally wrong, but I think that I linked to the playlist in my descriptions. But in case I don't want to report the playlist. I want to share it. I want to report it in a good way. Report its goodness to my friends. There you go. Christmas Tree in the Void is my Christmas punk band that performs behind mall Santas. Incredible. Report as in a reporter, not as in a reporting context. Exactly. Mark says, honestly, the easiest answer to this is beta readers. But other than that, I'd say try to err on the side of trusting the reader. And trusting that you set something up enough that it doesn't need to be spelled out. But being so close to the story makes this very difficult because you know everything. So outside readers is the best way to see which way you need to go. That's pretty much my perspective too. Also, I bet Documancer is frustrated with these answers because she's like, hey, obviously some things needed to be spelled out in my story, but like, how do I do that? How much do I spell out? And everyone's just like, oh, trust the reader 95% of the time. And she's probably like, I did. It didn't work. So I don't know that we're actually answering her question here. Which is a large part of why I want to like actually sink my teeth into the story and try to like kind of see how I would actually try to write that. Because I feel like it's very hard for me to just off the top of my head say, oh, this is why I didn't get it, you know, and this is how you do it better. I think doing it in practice would show me that better, though I do have a thought, which I'll talk about after I read your answers. Nico says, I tend to trust my audience a lot, probably more than I should, but I also try to make things clear without explaining them, especially when not knowing something explicitly enhances the experience, or at least what I think it does. That is a good point in, like, the idea of there is a difference between letting the reader know something in certain ways versus, like, explaining it to them through exposition. Like, there are more ways than just exposition to get info across, so you don't always have to, like, tell the reader things. And Documancer, I tend to trust my readers too much and apparently throw people without meaning to. That's fair. Kaylee, trust the reader. Me, yes. But so I think there's like a good example from the latest episode of Hell of a Boss. And I don't think this is going to be too much of a spoiler. I hope it's okay. But basically, Satan says, I was there before the golden angels fall, or like I was in the void before the golden angels fall. And so everybody was like, oh, so like Satan was there before Lucifer fell, and hell was the thing before Lucifer fell. And then Vivzy came out and she was like, no, actually he's full of crap. Like that's why B and Ozzy like rolled their eyes to show that like he's lying. And everybody was like, why would we not, like, how would we get that? Like, how would we understand that without you telling us this? Because like the eye roll was not enough to convey this is a total lie. We just, what he said is very believable. We've just been introduced to him, and like, yes, he is the father of lies, but like we've just been introduced to him, and like, you know, B's out here completely disgusted by Mammon being gluttonous, and so Satan could totally not really be a liar in this particular universe. So like, you've done that before. So we don't have enough context to get, aha, this is for sure a lie, or even really come up with that conceptualization at all. You guys, you talked about it before. But yeah, like I said, like, B is not gluttonous. B is actually very, like, she kind of personifies temperance more. What is that, the opposite of gluttony? Like, what's the heavenly virtue? She's kind of that. Like, so somebody in the in like, what, I don't know, in like the Reddit chats and stuff is like, oh, like B is not into excess. Like, she is into like eating a lot, but like not too much. And I'm like, my person, like, that is not gluttony. Like, gluttony is excess. That is exactly what gluttony is. And so, like, she seems to personify temperance and not gluttony. And so, especially because we've seen this, I can't just go like, yes, Satan, the father of lies. Like, A, I can't just go that and like assume that's true in this universe because she's gone against their characters before. And B, like, if I'm going, okay, he's the father of lies, then that kind of means I have to go, everything he says is a lie, which is clearly not true in that episode. And so we haven't been given a particular reason for that particular line to go, oh, obviously this is a lie. The only good reason we have is the eye roll, and that's not enough. So, going on a bit of a tangent there, but my point is, that's when things need to be spelled out more, or that's when you are trusting your audience too much, is with stuff like that. And I know, like, part of the thing that's complicated about this is that, like, that's a specific example, and like, I don't know how to make that into a larger rule, a larger moral sort of thing about how and when to trust your audience, because she was trusting her audience there, but trusting too much because there was not enough context supplied by her for the audience to get it. And so I think that's sort of part of the thing, is that, like, I don't know, like, if I try to use your story as an example, Documancer, so like, we have the context of Homeverse, so that tells us, okay, that seems to be saying that there's multiple universes. And then we have someone is a pixie, but that's not really and so like, that's enough to say, okay, there are pixies in this universe. But that is not enough to tell us what Ellery is, and saying like, a human-sized silhouette only tells us that Thane is human-sized. It honestly doesn't even tell us that Thane is human. And so, sure, like, you're giving us breadcrumbs, but not enough for a whole loaf. You know, you're giving us, okay, we know there's multiple universes. We know there's a pixie in this one. We know Thane is human-sized. But none of that's really enough to tell us, oh, Ellery is for sure human. And so, I don't know that I'm explaining it super well. Because again, like, that's a complicated thing, because there are other situations where 3 breadcrumbs is enough to tell us the loaf, is enough to tell us this other thing. So it's a very difficult and complicated thing that I do think in a way it does kind of come down to what Mark said of like, you do just kind of have to test it. You do have to kind of see where things go right and where things go wrong. Because I'm consistently surprised in the writing group stories where when I think I've spelled something out and I'm totally clear, and then people are confused. And there is, now that I'm thinking about it, there is actually another side to this, which is that sometimes spelling things out too much is actually the problem, because that's kind of the too much context thing, right? That if you're giving somebody too much context, well, now they're asking questions they shouldn't be asking. And so that can be an issue too of like, oh, you tried to spell something out for people, but instead that gave them the wrong questions. Instead that made them think about the wrong things. And so that is, it's complicated. I was tempted too many times to say Ellery the human, but I didn't want to Finn the human it. I don't know what Finn the human is. Yeah, that would have been worse than what you did. What was I gonna say? I mean, and I think with these short stories, it's more difficult, because I think in like a longer story, I don't think you would have had this problem. And like, it kind of goes back to what I was saying, like with the story itself of like, does it really matter that we're in a world with pixies? No. What matters is that Thane and Ellery are human. So, if the reader's default is that they're human, and I guess like this is, I don't know if I mentioned this explicitly, but there is kind of a thing where it's like the reader will default to human. And so I actually think that it's kind of the fact that you're, well, I don't know. I was going to say it's kind of the fact that you're calling out them being human that like makes it seem like they're not. But no, I think it is the pixie thing that makes it seem that they're not. But anyways, what I was trying to say is that the reader will default to human. So if they are human, let them go with their default. And in a short story like this, just not introducing that there are pixies would have solved all your problems. Now, in a larger story, you would want to introduce there being pixies, but then again, in a larger story, you'd have the words to more clearly tell us they're human. So it's a difficult thing. Oh, I see. Adventure Time. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that is kind of what I was saying. So Eddie's backing me up there, and he says, the thing is, we default to humans. So talking about a character's human shape makes it sound alien. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that, I mean, that is kind of the thing where it's like, I mean, if you had said Ellery the human, I probably would have been like, that's a weird way to say it, but okay. But there is kind of an element of like, if you said something like, Ellery, who is totally human, by the way, I'm gonna go, well, now I think she isn't. Now that you're calling it out, I think she's not human. So yeah, hello, fellow human. Exactly. I am a human too. I like doing human things, like drinking water. It's like, I don't think you're human anymore, man. Yeah, exactly. Ellery the human would be a Men in Black character who's definitely an alien in disguise. Yep. Yeah, maybe this is something I need to think more about as I'm like trying to help with your story as well after the stream. But it is like this complicated thing where basically you need to give the reader enough info to draw their own conclusions, I guess would be how I'd say it. Because if you're like not giving your reader the info and then trusting them to get it, they're not gonna get it. And so I think the question is not how much, is less about how much you spell out. I think it's more about what info is necessary for them to put it together themselves, and what info is dumping info on them too much. So I think that's I drink from my gorflump, I mean mouth. Amazing. But yeah, so like it is that question of, okay, like what's giving them enough info to draw their own conclusions and what's giving them too much. Hi babe, yes I am a real man. Wanna go skateboards? Amazing. Alrighty, Roo. Let us go on to Wolf's story. Just sounding like a scammer on Tinder. Incredible. Pan to a robot who just wants love. Alright. Do not read this. Having Sebastian Bane. Content warning: paranoia, being hunted, being watched, animal attack, person being eaten, trypophobia. Why are you reading this? I explicitly told you not to. Well, now you can't stop. Not if you want to live. You have its attention now. You should have just gone on to the next story. But now you're going to read my story. Why? You like living, don't you? And it won't kill you as long as you're reading this. I should probably tell you what it is, and I would if I could. However, I have neither the eons nor the vast quantities of ink and paper to fully explain. You sense it, don't you? The smoky, sulphurous stench of its fetid breath. The horrid rail like crackling paper on bubbling lungs. The tingling gaze of its thousand eyes. No! Don't look for it! That's what it wants. Keep reading, and I'll tell you what I can. I am by trade a biologist. I collect specimens from all over the world, but my specialty is tropical animals. And to acquire specimens of such animals often requires unscrupulous company. In my case, poachers. My contact heard about it from another poacher who operates deep in the jungle. They said it was a creature unlike anything known to science. Naturally, I was intrigued and embarked on a seek and capture mission. We were fools to think we could capture it. If even all the words of a human lifespan could not capture it, what could wood and steel do? But we would try anyway. It was me, my contact, and a guide on a 3-week trek through the jungle to set up traps for it. It got our guide first. I'll never forget his screams as it snipped his flesh and masticated his bones with sickening crunches. His body was covered in deep circular holes that reminded me of a colleague's wrestling match with an octopus. It wasn't long after that my contact was impaled, but what I imagined were the claws of some mammoth being. I thought I escaped it. I was wrong. It followed me, and it will follow you too. Just remember this. Don't... Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Cheer for the story if an eldritch horror is going after you. Yes, exactly. You've got 2 stories to cheer for your bits. Cheer your bits for more encores. Yes, indeed. Thank you for the cheers, Deathshead and Magistrate Iron Lung. You have unlocked a hype train. Unlocked a hype train? You started a hype train. You've put coal in the engine of the hype train. Yes, exactly. I thought you were the villain. Ed Bob, who is totally human, by the way, loiters outside a convenience store. Amazing. Incredible. Thanks for all the cheers, Mako. Nice beefy cheers. Alrighty, Roo. I like this story. Well, let me read the questions first. Oh, that's not the questions. Neither is that. That's the questions. Content warning, I already said that. Toast level burnt toast. Questions. 1, does the meta nature of this piece work in its favor or against it? 2, do you think the narrator is a villain? 3, the end is purposely cut off mid-sentence. Does that work? So feel free to answer those questions. But yes, I liked this story. I liked the meta nature of it. The title definitely intrigued me a lot. It's such human nature, right? To have it be like, the title of the story is in all caps, do not read this. And it's one of the most intriguing titles of the week. We're like, I think I'd like to read that. Which is great. And the title works super well for what is about to happen in the story. I guess I'll say that this isn't like a super big deal. I think it works. But I do think that if it really is like that dangerous to the point where even knowing it is a problem, I feel like there should be more here than just don't read this. And so I feel like you could have had, you know, the first line be something about like warning, reading this will endanger you to predation from eldritch beings, or something, like add more to the beginning of the story. You could also say something like at the beginning, this journal or this entry was found with a note that said, you know, danger, reading this will da 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 da. Or you could do like, you know, found with note, Euclid class cognito hazard, containment procedures, keep lock in a box, locked in a filing cabinet, restricted access. You know, you could do something like that and then go on to the story. You also could have done even more meta things with this. You could have made the content warning, or one of the content warnings, the like cognito hazard or something like that, that like, or just, you know, paranoia, being hunted, being watched, animal attack, person being trypophobia, reading this will endanger you to predation from eldritch creatures, you know, stuff like this. Don't read this. Wonder why we don't want to read it. Starts reading. Yeah. So not necessarily like a problem with the story. I think it works without those things, but I think those things, considering that just reading it itself is dangerous, giving us a little more than don't read this could have been good. And the thing is, so because one of your questions about the meta nature of the piece. So you have this line here of, you should have just gone on to the next story, but now you're reading my story. So on the one hand, that's super fun and cool, because I'm like, I could have gone on to the next story, and so it's very fourth wall breaky, and I like that. On the other hand, it very much makes it seem like it's not a found diary, because a found diary would not say, you could have gone on to the next story. But I think what you could have done to make that line work is, this is something I didn't realize was a benefit to making you guys put your names in the like titles in the, what is that called? I don't know. The titles of your forum posts. Is you could have put the name of the character as your name. That I don't know, you know, what it would be, but, you know, just like Dr. Glubenstein, you know, whatever it is, then we'd be like, because we could see your name as like Wolf's Bane X, and we'd be like, Wolf, why are you writing Dr. Glubenstein? And so then, you know, it would really work with this, because it's like, oh, Dr. Glubenstein, he put the story in the Discord, you know. That would be cool. Alright, but I do like the meta nature. I do like the don't read this, why are you reading this? I think that's great, and I like the beginning of like, why are you reading this? I told you not to. Well, now that you've started, now it's more dangerous to stop. I think that's cool. And then this is nice and terrifying, because it kind of almost makes you want to just like, I mean, it would make you want to just keep rereading it, because it's like, okay, if it won't kill me as long as I'm reading this, I guess I'll just walk around constantly reading it, which is terrifying. I really like the, like, I should tell you what it is, but I don't have the eons nor the vast quantities of ink and paper to explain. I think that's great. I like the description of the smoky sulfurous stench and the cracking paper and bubbling lungs. That's all great. Thousand eyes. I like all that a lot. And then, I mean, I like this whole paragraph. I also like the don't look for it, that's what it wants, because it's like, oh, you sense it, don't you? And then you can imagine the reader being like, no, don't look for it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's great. I do feel like, I could be wrong, but I do feel like this is too vague to be something that would be an actual specialty, which I don't know if that was intentional, especially because you want this character to be the villain, so I don't know if it's like, yes, my specialty is tropical animals, and it's like, I'm starting to wonder if you're actually a biologist, man. I'll come back to this. That is the wrong place for that. That should be down below. I do really like this line, though there is kind of an element of like, oh, we were fools to think we could capture it. If all the words of a human lifespan can't, what could wood and steel do? Really like that, especially the specificity of wood and steel. But there's also the kind of thing of like, well, nobody told you that nobody told you that all the words of a human lifespan can't capture it, so I don't know if I'd call you fools for trying to capture it, because you just heard big monster. There's a big monster in the wilderness, and you were like, cool. Nobody said like there's a big monster, and even all the words of a human lifespan can't capture it. Well, neat. Let's capture it. You know, that's not what happened. And then I do like the ramp up of the action and the horror of it at the end. I feel like I have mixed feelings on that, because on the one hand I think it's nice and horrifying and it does work, but on the other hand it seems very just like a big monster and not like an eldritch being from the fourth dimension, you know, because the fact that it, like if you read this it will know, seems much more eldritch, but just like, oh yeah, he like chomped on our guide a little bit. Seems like an actual monster that chomped on, like has actual teeth to chomp with. And so I do feel like potentially making that description a little more wacky and eldritch and weird and not like chomped by a monster, I think could potentially add to the story. I do feel like, so his body was covered in deep circular holes that remind you of a collie's wrestling match with an octopus. This line, I feel like it might be the line I have the biggest critique for a couple reasons. One, because these two images don't match up to me. And I don't know if I could like draw. Let's see what happens if I try to draw. Oh, I see. Oh, this is gonna be bad. So we have broad-shouldered man here. And I'm imagining the hole. Oh, that's too big. That's bigger than I imagined the holes. But, you know, then that's too small. But I'm imagining he's full of holes like this. And, like, that is not what,
That's a kitty.
That's not what, like, an octopus sucker marks are. Like, I don't know. Like, those are too small. They look like arm nipples. But, you know what I mean. Like, the sucker marks would be just, like, red, yeah, that's too much. Like little red marks on somebody's arm, not deep holes all over their body. And so that comparison doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And the other thing about it is that it's too silly. That, oh, cat, what are you doing? That, like, just bringing up that your colleague had a wrestling match with an octopus is like, that's hilarious. Does not fit what's going on. Does not fit the vibes of what's happening. And granted, I'm sure that in the moment you could describe that in a horrifying way as well. But just bringing up, like, oh my gosh, like, this guy, he was totally chomped by this eldritch being. It reminded me of, like, that one time that Gerard fought an octopus. It's like, I don't think we need to bring Gerard into this. You know, I don't think we need to bring Gerard and his weekend activities into this. And like, I can't tell you that when I was reading this story to my dad, like, my mom was in the background listening. And when I read that line, she laughed. she laughed in the background. And I don't think that that's the reaction that you want when your last paragraph is about how everybody's getting eaten and you're gonna get eaten too. Like, that doesn't feel like the reaction that you would want. Here, could I guess this is the eraser, but is it gonna be tiny? Oh, okay. Yeah. I do think that a hyphen would help here, because I was actually thinking when I was practicing this, I was like, is that meant to be read as, like, I followed me, and it will follow you too. Just remember this. Don't. Or, it followed me, and it will follow you too. Just remember this. Don't. Like, there's a big difference between don't and don't. There's more I wanted to say, you know. And so your note does clarify that it was meant to be cut off, but I do think that having a hyphen there would have maybe not have that question, would have clarified it totally. Dr. Gerard, the octopus fighter, wearing Jerry the tie. Amazing.
Kitty, you're so cute.
Also, is it just me that I always do this? When I'm looking for a silly name, I go for a J sound. And I didn't even mean to do this, but there's like one story / chapter where I had a crew, and the crew was supposed to be kind of like a crew of bumbling idiots. And I gave them all G or J names, and I didn't even intend to do that, but I was just trying to, like, think of silly names, and that's the letter I thought of. I'm curious if that is only me. Yeah, like Jerry, Gerald, Gerard are the names I go for. I'm trying to remember the other ones I picked in that story, because there were more. Jacques doesn't really do it for me. Jacques is fancy. Jacques is fancy enough that doesn't feel as silly. But anywho, I do like that it's cut off, though. I do like that idea, and I like the idea of, like, I thought I escaped it, but I was wrong. It's after me. It's after you. Jimothy certainly works. Jim, yeah, Jim is a good one. Jim, Joe. But going back to I was going to talk about the villain thing, especially. So that was definitely my biggest critique for the piece, is that I don't really see a villain here besides the creature. And the creature, I don't think there's enough of a, you think I'm the villain, from the creature to really make that work for the prompt. But I also think it doesn't really work for the narrator, because the only time where I was like, it's not really the coolest, is because he's hanging out with poachers. But he himself says unscrupulous company. And unscrupulous might mean, like, these little heathens, like, they don't wipe their mouth after lunch. Like, it could be, I'm completely fine with them morally. I just don't think that they're proper. I don't think they're proper enough. But I kind of took it as a moral judgment, as like, I don't agree with poaching morally, but I gotta hang out with them. Is how I ended up reading that. And so the fact, like, his main point of villainy is that he hangs out with poachers, and he's like, I'm not cool with what they're doing, negates his main point of villainy. Because, like, I don't know if your intention was, well, the only reason that the creature is now after you is because he wrote this down at all. And so I guess, like, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, oh, but he does, like, try to help. He is trying to explain and be like, okay, once you do start reading it, I'm gonna try to help you, which is not very villainous. But I guess as I'm thinking about it, like, maybe there is a sense of, like, if you'd never wrote this down at all, you would never be endangering anybody into reading it. And so I guess maybe, oh, kitty cat. I guess maybe that does show a villainy, but it's definitely not something that came immediately to mind. Especially because, like, he doesn't seem to be doing this with malicious intent. It doesn't seem to be like, I'm gonna make the monster go after you. It seems like he's just trying to, like, I don't know, like, write down his experiences, make sense of what's happening, try to protect people who encounter it. Like, his motives seem kind of like idiocy again. It seems more like he made a mistake of, like, he wasn't thinking through, oh, the better thing to do would be to never write this down. It seems like he just wasn't thinking about that, rather than, like, kind of thing. Or I guess, he wouldn't be typing this. Unless, again, he is typing it into our Discord. Kitty, are you sure you want out? Yeah, so even if it is like, like you're a villain for writing this down, I think that relies too much on the audience thinking that he's a villain, and we're just enjoying the story. I don't think the audience is going to immediately go, what a villain for writing this down. And granted, like, I guess that's interesting. Because I don't know if this would have been too weird, but I guess something you could have done is you could have, especially if you had the beginning thing where it's like, Euclid class, cognito hazard sort of thing, or like found with post-it note that said, this, and then the thing, then you could end with, you look up from the paper, or you look up from the journal, and then you could describe, like, it's there. And then, I don't know, it might be too spelly outy to be like, you wish that he never wrote it down. Or like, yeah, I don't know, because I think in that moment you would wish that you'd never read it. That's interesting. That's really interesting, because I think, at least for me, that's totally how it would go. That if this was real, and like I looked up and the creature was there, I wouldn't be thinking, what a villain for writing that down, how dare you. I would be thinking, he told me not to read it. I shouldn't have read it. Like, I would blame myself for reading it. So I guess in that case, like, it's more of the reader, become the villain. But because it's like, I think I'm the villain, like you're thinking about yourself as the villain, I think that's a very cool, but a little too in-depth to fully come across. But yeah, that's really interesting that I could see somebody reading that and then thinking, what a villain, for writing that down. I wish he'd never written that down. And you guys can totally correct me, but I feel like most people would blame themselves and go, I shouldn't have read that. So that's really interesting. So yeah, I do think if you wanted him to be the villain, I think you needed to go a little harder on that. But yeah. I like the meta nature of the piece. I think I talked about the only issues with it, and then we talked about the ending, so I think I mostly answered the questions. Oh, the kitty boo. Oh, the kitty boo. Also, I can't believe that I didn't make the joke of, hey, yo, I'm a human. Yes, that was my first thought as well. Documancer says, I was genuinely confused why I don't read this and why he didn't use the tag. At first I was thinking, like, do you mean that genuinely, Wolf? Why did you not have the tag? And then I was like, oh no, it's a meta thing. This guy doesn't care about safety. Also, I'm uncertain the in-universe reason for this. What do you mean, exactly? Like, what do you mean about, like, him not caring about safety? Hello, fellow human. My specialty is tropical animals from the the tropics. The tropical animals. Okay, from where? The tropics. I mean, if the guy's really into marine organisms, I feel like octopus fits. What do you mean? Because my complaint was not about, like, not about that. My complaint was big holes in person. Octopus sucker marks on person. Very different images. Ghoulish says, I was inspired by the film Residue, in which the protagonist comes into the possession of a book that kills people that read it. Also the plot of Tales from the Dark Side episode, which funnily enough is a Christmas episode, about a creature that if you say its name, it hunts you down and kills you. Interesting. The King in Yellow is a bit like that as well, right? Like if you read it, you go mad. The comparison isn't supposed to make sense entirely, but that's a fair criticism. The octopus wrestling is a bit too comedic there. Eddie says, I think the not having the hyphen at the end there works better with the epistolary format of the story, but I probably would have had the same issue with the tone when reading it. I agree that, like, yes, having a hyphen there does not seem like, it's not something he would actually write down, and so I can understand why you didn't include it. It's just that for the reader, especially me reading it out loud, people can easily forget periods, and so I just kind of read it as like, oh, did he forget the period? He meant don't. Definitively. Just don't. Especially because the title is Don't Read This, and so it's like, remember this. Don't read this. Like, remember this. Just don't. The only way to get out of its clutches is to just don't. And you did. So it's too late. What was I gonna say? This could also again go back to having like bookends, because you could have the beginning of like this kind of hazard, then the thing, and then you could say, ooh, there's a lot of things you could do there. Because I was gonna say like ink trails on the page, or like a pen mark, a pencil mark, or something like that to show like his pencil got dragged. But you could do more than that. That you could show like the rest of the page is clawed off, or the rest of the page, you could do something more eldritch with it and say, you know, what happened to the page or what happened to the writing to convey, oh yes, that is the end. Oh, interesting. Eddie says Jacques is the main manly man French name that most people think of. So I guess maybe that is meant to be a funny name to other people. I think it's just an English thing. The J sounds very common in names. Gotcha. It's not for the 2,000 character limit on Discord. If not, I'd now be tempted to write about General John Jack Jeremy Johnson or something. Yes, totally. J. Jonas Jameson. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Sean Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Amazing. Oh, interesting. If I remember correctly, Stan Lee once said that he sucks at remembering names, so he does a litter of names to help him remember. Then again, Stan Lee took credit for other people's ideas way too often for that to be trustworthy. Interesting. I wrote this with the assumption that the only reason he's writing the piece is to save his own skin. So this kind of goes back to our midstream question. I don't have enough context to understand why that would save him at all, because he clearly seems to be saying, there is no hope. There's no hope for me. There's no hope for you. The minute you read this, you did the thing. It's done. You did. And so I don't have, there's nothing here that tells me, yes, if you write it down, it will not kill you, you know, or anything that would convey writing about it would save him in any way. And so I can't draw that conclusion. Nice, there's the links.
Hi, kitty.
Man, I don't know why, but this just made me think of, like, put the link in the chat. People, put a bunch of links from The Legend of Zelda. Or, like, and then, like, there's a link from GMM and stuff, too. I'm surprised I have not seen that joke more. Also, I don't know if the trypophobia warning was needed, but that was actually the thing that made me feel the most icky about the ending. Is like, I don't like the image of this man covered in holes. That makes me feel gross. So I added that in. That actually reminds me of something I didn't say, which is that it sounds like the creature nommed on him a little bit and spit him out. Is that the correct image? That works, and I guess there is like there is a horror to that of just like chomp chomp. I'm not even gonna enjoy your meal. I'm not even gonna enjoy you as my meal. I'm just gonna spit you out and kill you. However, it also in another way it makes it kind of weirdly seem less horrifying, because it's just like, okay, he nommed on him and that's it. Like there's no. He was not consumed by the void. He was not, you know, he wasn't even eaten. He's just, and so I guess that's part of what makes it seem like a physical monster, as opposed to like an eldritch monster, if that makes sense. I don't know. Guide human not tasty. Try a little salt with scientist human next time. Oh, amazing. Let's do. All right. Oh, yep, I did put the blank in the wrong place. Also, I only learned that, like, cognito hazard thing. I haven't really read SCPs, and so I only learned that through talking to people about this story. Why is it cognito hazard and not cogito hazard? I don't remember if that's just the wrong conjugation of cogito, but cogito is like the Latin word for no, and cognito makes me think of more like incognito, and I guess that means like unknowable, but makes me think of like your disguise is in danger, not to like you're in danger from knowing this thing. All right, let us go on to Azo's story. Excuse me. Long and Dreadful by Azo. There's a pause, long and dreadful. Queen Ava and her gaudy subjects stare across the shiny, cavernous ballroom and into the dark of night pooling on the small balcony. Okay, hold on a second. Cogito is I know, cognito is a person who knows. So cognito hazard is a danger to the person who knows. Gotcha. Okay, restarting. Long and dreadful, I Azo. There's a pause, long and dreadful. Queen Ava and her gaudy subjects stare across the shiny, cavernous ballroom and into the dark of night, pooling on the small balcony. There stands Eve the Damned, and under her palm remains the little boy hero. What a warm welcome, sister, Eve says with a sharp smile, striding across the threshold and dragging the shadows with her. "What have you done?" Ava rasps, eyes wide in horror. The hero stumbles alongside Eve's trailing skirts, a broken leg clicking, blood smearing on the gleaming white tiles where his foot drags. His armor is dented, the crystal of his holy necklace shattered, and his sword has worn down to a serrated edge. And the hero's eyes are empty. He is dead. Ava's shock swiftly turns to rage, even as her guests stagger back in terror. "He was a child! Then why did you give him a sword?" Eve snaps. The hero launches forward, cracking the tiles underneath him from the force. His sword shrieks out of its sheath, and the crowd screams with it, blood splattering over waistcoats and bodices. He's a blur down the ballroom until a knight meets him, their sword aimed for the deep fissure in the hero's chestplate. "Why did you give him armor that could break?" Eve roars. The knight's sword hits dense darkness and skitters off, the hero plunging his own blade into the knight's shoulder gap and rending their entire arm from their torso. "Why did you make him unstoppable, unwavering, and point him at me?" Eve sobs. "Why must I be the one to end the life of your hero child?" "Do you think I want this?" Eva cries, summoning a shield of light as the hero's strike tears through the ceiling, walls, people. "You must be stopped. And the prophecy—" "Your prophets are wrong!" Eve screams. "I am not the one damning the kingdom. I won't be the sister who falls to the hero." The bloodied little boy leaps into the air, and his thrust cleaves the shield in two, the light shattering. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Alrighty. Drago. Oh shit, that was so good. Awesome. Okay, so questions. So I missed the prophecy one, but it fits here. Questions. 1, does this feel like it's set in a bigger world than just this snippet? What do you think happened before this? What happens after? 2, did the emotional beats come through, or was the fighting distracting? Oh, look at all those cute kitty hearts. Alright. I'm tired. Okay, so I really liked this story. And I think that we're just gonna be able to see what I liked so much about it as I start talking about it. So I think I'm just gonna go through my comments. Okay, so first thing here is this long and dreadful. I do like the line and stuff, but I'm not quite sure why you ended up choosing it as a title. There's the cat. And I've talked about this before, that I don't love when it's title, repeat. It's like title, and then the first line has the title. Like, to me, it just kind of feels like I'm reading the same thing rather than, ooh, cool, the title is the first line, you know? It's fine to have your title be a line in the story, but I tend to prefer it when it is later in the story, so that we're like, oh, okay, like that's the title, as opposed to like, da-da-da, da-da-da, you know? But the other thing about it is that, like, I don't really know why long and dreadful encapsulates the story as a whole. I don't know if it's meant to be like, oh, like, all of this feels long and dreadful to them. But to me, the scene actually seems to go by quite fast. And so I don't know if there's something that happened before this, that there's a long and dreadfulness before this happened. But yeah, I don't really get the impression of the whole story being long and dreadful, just the pause. So I'm not sure why that's the title. we'll come back to the next part. I really like the Damned as a moniker for this type of character. It's really interesting because it's different from something like, I don't know, Eve the Black or Eve the Destroyer or something like that. Because damned can mean, like, this is a person who is damned to a certain fate or a certain place. It could mean damned as in, like, this is a damned person, this is a terrible person, this is a villain. It can mean both at once. And the story we're gonna find is both. That, like, she is doing these horrible, damned things, but she also was damned by this prophecy. And, like, that is really cool, a way to use such a moniker. I see the ad is coming in 20 seconds, so I'm not sure I should, I'm not sure I should continue on just the moment. Kitty cat. I don't know if I'll be able to show you. Kitty cat cat. Kitty cat. I can try and slowly make an attempt to... Okay, there you go. There's the cat. The toe bean tax. This gives you a little bit of a sense of how big my monitor is, so that I'm reading the stories off of. It's funny, because I've been recording reaction videos, and even though this monitor is smaller than any of my TVs, watching things on this monitor feels more intense, because it is right next to me and huge and, like, takes up my whole field of vision. And so especially there's, like, strobing effects, it's like, it's too much. It's too much. There's the ad. Where's my... Oh, this is disorienting. Oops. Wrong thing. There we go. There's the cat. Oh no, don't you be stepping on the keyboard. Don't you be doing that. No. Baby. Fluffer. Fluffer nutter. Are you purring? Look at that cute face. Yeah. That's a cute face. Oh, didn't Chimera have to go? Oh, baby. Yeah, if you want to unlock in Chimera, this is your last chance. I have to say, like, if they get unlocked, that is particularly sad. But even though I really liked in Chimera's story and I would love to read it, I also am quite tired, so I don't mind terribly if you don't unlock it. There you go. Oh, kitty. Yeah, that's a fluffy. Now you can have a view of, like, this is often how she sits. Thanks for the cheer, Mako. So cute. Oh, so cute, yeah.
swishing? Why are your tail swishing, baby? Why are you mad? Why are you mad? What's wrong? Is the ad gone?
And then going back to the story, I really like the little boy hero. That is a great, and this is like, I guess when we're talking about names and stuff, that you could have named him. You could have been, and under a palm remains Joe, and we would be like, who's Joe? But we don't need to know the hero's name. What we need to know is that he's a little boy hero. And I like how this is coming before we know what's happened to him and that he's been zombified. And so, like, little boy hero has such a childlike hope to it. And so I really like the way that is phrased, of just like, oh yes, here's Eve the Damned, and like that sounds like a villain name, and the little boy hero, and like we can already kind of get what's about to happen or what happened before just from those very monikers. So I really like both. This has such Maleficent vibes of, like, I was quite distressed about not receiving an invitation kind of thing. So I like that a lot. I really like the what have you done, especially with Rasps. Rasps is a great way to do that. Dialogue tag and the Eyes Wide in Horror just adds to it. Love this paragraph. Like, I really like the way that you describe all this. That, okay, we start with he's stumbling. That doesn't necessarily mean anything's too terrible, but something's already wrong. He's stumbling. Trailing skirts is a great image, and then broken leg clicking. Okay, so we know his leg is broken. Something is more wrong. Blood smearing on the gleaming white tiles where his foot dragged. Okay, like, this is starting to get quite sinister, right? And that is a great sinister image there. And then his armor is dented, the crystal of his holy necklace is shattered. Like, that's so cool, because that's showing, here are the things that we gave him to protect him. Like, even though we don't quite know yet that they sent the hero after Eve, even this can kind of tell us that whoever sent him, whatever he was going to be the hero about, it is gone. It is broken. That the armor that was supposed to protect him is dented. The holy necklace that, had at least holy power, if not magical power, or a blessing or a protection inside it, it's shattered. The holiness, the protection, the blessing, it's all gone. His sword is worn down to a serrated edge. This is the only one I'm a little unsure about, and I don't know a whole lot about swords, so I could be wrong, but that doesn't feel like what wearing down does. I feel like wearing a sword down makes it just, like, blunt, makes it dull, not sharp. Because serrated can be good. Serrated can be what you want, but that's not worn down. I don't know if you mean that, like, not worn down as in, like, oh, the rock was worn down through time, but rather in a, like, somebody very intentionally, like, carved into it a serrated edge. But I think a different phrasing than worn down would work better for that. The hero's eyes are empty. Like, that in and of itself is very interesting and doesn't yet tell us that he's dead, but it tells us, like, this is showing, like, we go from, okay, and I didn't even think about this. Part of what's so cool about it is that it starts with the feet, and so it kind of reads like the camera is looking at his feet, and we're seeing the irregular step, we're seeing the blood trail, and then it goes up a bit, and now we see the dented armor. Okay, and now we're seeing the necklace that is shattered, and so we're seeing, like, slowly getting different pieces as we go up his body of what's wrong. And we see, like, the sword and stuff. I guess the sword might be, like, dragging by his feet, so maybe that should have been earlier, but I think it works where it is. And then we finally get to his eyes, because none of these things, the feet, the armor, the necklace, none of those things mean he's dead or that, that his eyes are empty. Like, his soul could still be in there. And so then when we see his eyes are empty, that either means that, like, you know, his soul isn't in there, he's dead, or it means he's been so fully broken that, like, it looks like there's nothing behind the eyes. And then just the simplicity of the statement, he is dead, ending that amazing paragraph of, like, all the different descriptions of what's gone wrong with him. Chef's kiss. Like, absolutely superb. It's like I said, none of those things, even the empty eyes, necessarily mean that he's dead and a zombie. And all of those things can just mean that he is just been totally broken by the battle. And so that is such a great way to do a build-up, like, both in, like, the physical, like, the camera's panning up him, but just in terms of, like, it's getting worse and worse. We see that something's wrong, like, down to his soul. And then we get the reveal, he's dead. And we're like, oh, like, that is different. That changes things. That's more dramatic. It's even more dramatic than any of the things I just read. Like, that I don't know even how to describe how cool that is. Just that idea that he is walking around, but he's dead. And then I really like that he was a child, because that's kind of what the audience is thinking, right? Like, oh, he was the little boy hero, and that definitely adds to the horror of what's going on. He's not just like some, you know, adults that you know, the young adult hero you sent after me. He was the little boy hero that you sent after me. And so that's very powerful just in general, and I really like Ava's reactions. And I think it works very well to have her say, like, what have you done, when we don't really have the context yet, and then immediately give us that context. Very cool. And I really like that phrasing of, like, okay, he was a child, and Ava's basically going, how could you do this? How could you kill him? He was a child. Like, why is he zombified? The poor thing. And Eve is going, well, you gave him a sword, right? That it's like, you're the one who took this little boy, and instead of being like, hello, little boy, let us protect you and keep you in your nice, cozy home, you're the ones who took him from his home, made him the hero, sent him off to what you knew might be his death, you know, presumably. So I think that's a really cool thing. And it's kind of like, BB, I don't know that metonymy is the right word for it, but it kind of has the vibes of a metonymy, that it's like using a part to stand in for the whole, that instead of saying the whole picture of, oh, then why did you, like, make him fight and turn him into the hero? Instead of saying it like that, you're saying a part of it, why did you give him a sword? And I think that's so much more powerful, at least to me, than saying, like, why did you make him the hero? Why did you send him to fight? Like, there's something about, like, the detail, the specificity of why did you give him a sword that hits me much harder. So I feel like, well, maybe I should come back to that. Yeah, especially because, so on the one hand, this line, oh, why'd you give him armor that could break? On the one hand, I really like the line for the same reason I like the sword line, and it's just kind of adding to that. It's another one of those things of, like, hey, you're the one who put a sword in his hand. You're the one who, yes, gave him something to defend him, to protect him, but it was something breakable. It was something, like, you knew that he might die. Like, you knew that he was not indestructible. You gave him armor that could break. So, like, you're the one who did that. I really like that. On the other hand, there is kind of an element of, like, is there indestructible armor on this world? Because presumably all armor can break. And so saying, why'd you give him armor that can break? It's like, well, we wanted to give him armor, and armor just happens to be able to break, you know, kind of thing. But maybe that is kind of the point of, like, hey, look at what you're doing. You gave him armor, and armor is breakable. Like, you sent this child hero after me. You put a sword in his hand. You put armor on his body, knowing that armor could break. So, I do like that. Yeah, and I do really like the, like, why did you make him unstoppable, unwavering, and point him at me? That's a really good line as well. I am wondering what she means, if there's like some magic going on, if they like made him unstoppable, or if it was more of just like they trained him super well, or if he himself already had some kind of power. I'm not sure, but I do really love that idea and that phrasing and like ramping up. And again, it's not just ramping up to like, you know, why did you make him fight? You know, it's ramping up to like, you made him a weapon and you pointed him at me. You know, you made him unstoppable and you pointed him at me. I think that's really cool. And then I do like that idea as well of, why must I be the one to end the life of your hero child? I guess, yeah, I'll come back to that in a second because we're about to get to it. I do like the light shield image. I like, well, it's the last line, so I'll say that for the last line, but I do really like how you used the prophecy prompt. I think that worked very naturally and didn't feel like, oh, they missed the prompt, so they used it. You know, I like it. And so I like this idea, and I think part of the reason I like the Eve the Damned moniker so much is because this line really made me think and made me go, oh, okay, so like there was this prophecy that one of the sisters would damn the kingdom, and so that made her called Eve the Damned. But it's the prophecy itself that is damning her, right? That's so interesting and cool. And so I really like this idea of like, I won't be the sister who falls to the hero. And that's cool because like, it's not telling us the full prophecy, because we kind of talked about that in the prophecy prompt of, does the prophecy need to be stated in full? And I think this is a good example of giving us the context that we need. All we need to know is that the prophecy said that one of the sisters would fall to the hero. Okay, we have the hero, we have the sisters, but we don't know which sister is going to fall to the hero. So I think that's really cool, and I really like it's such an interesting idea, this idea of this prophecy of, yes, a sister will fall to the hero, and the idea of the sister falling to the dead hero, that the hero's not actually alive, that the hero is a zombie, but that still can fulfill the prophecy. That still can be a sister falling to the hero. That's really interesting and cool, and I like that last line of the light shattering. It feels like a double meaning of like, literally the light shield is shattering, but also the light, the hope in general is shattering, which is really cool. So my biggest and like and kind of only critique for the story is this overall thing, which is that I believe that the story wants us to go, hey, like the prophecy said that Eve was the villain, and the hero would stop her. But actually, we need to think about this. Maybe Eve's not the villain, maybe Ava is. Hi, baby. And that's kind of the whole thing, that Eve is saying, like, hey, you're the ones who, like, you don't want this child to die, neither do I. But you're the ones who made him a weapon and made him go fight. You didn't have to do that. That's pretty villainous, you know? So, and I really do like that a lot, and that's part of what I love so much about this story. I love a villain coming in and being like, I'm not the villain, hey, why are you doing this? Kind of thing. I think that's great. However, there's so many things that Eve does that really make her seem like the villain. Because the thing is like, why must I be the one to end the life of your hero child? Yeah, why? I feel like, I don't know if I say it enough, but I want to have like the Olaf gif on standby to just like put on the screen of, yeah, why? So it's like, because I think maybe what you're trying to get at is that, like, she had to, like, even just to defend her life. Like, he was unstoppable and unwavering, and even just to survive and defend her life, she had to kill him. but that's not totally clear. And so there's this question of like, you're saying how terrible it is that you killed him, but you still killed him. Like, even though, yes, they did send him after you and make him into the hero, which, yes, there is villainy to that, you're still the one that murdered him, and we don't know why. And so that means that makes you seem very much like the villain, and you're kind of going, why must I be the one to do it? Then we're kind of going, did you have to? Because you made that choice. That was a choice you didn't have to make. And so if you made it more clear, no, she had to make that choice. I think that would help Eve be a bit less villainous. But I think actually the bigger thing is the paragraphs that I ended up skipping, which is where the zombie boy hero is killing everyone in the crowd. That is pretty dang villainous. That is the most villainous thing that happens in the entire story. Making him the boy hero and sending him after Eve, a bit villainous. Not the most villainous thing that happens. Her killing the boy hero, yeah, pretty villainous. Not the most villainous thing that's happening. The boy hero, while they're having a chat and she's trying to say that she's not the villain, going out and killing everyone in the crowd, yeah, that's the most villainous thing that's going on in this scene. And so that kind of, like, puts her pretty firmly in villain camp. The fact that she is either commanding him to do this or allowing him to do this. Especially if the boy hero would never want to do this, and she's making his body get up and do this. So, and I think that it would really not take away from the story at all to simply remove those parts. And it could give you a lot of words. Not to say that you really needed the words anywhere, but it would give you a lot of words to potentially just expound on things, which I guess there is one thing that you could have expanded on, which I'll talk about in a second. But that definitely, I think the message of the story is trying to leave us with, ooh, who's the real villain here? Is it Eve or is it Ava? This is a question, and I do really like that about the story, and I feel like I was still able to come away with at least some of those vibes for sure. But the fact that Eve killed him for sure, and we don't know why, and she potentially was the one to zombify him, and we'll come back to that, but she was also potentially zombified him, and then she made him kill everybody in the crowd. It's like, okay, Eve creating a hero, not more villainous than any of those things. And so I think to preserve those vibes of, who's the real villain here? I think that taking out these paragraphs of the boy hero killing people and just having, she just keeps dragging him at her side, I think that would work much better. The other thing that you could use the words on is showing why Ava is more villainous. Because you do have, this line of gaudy subjects and shiny ballroom, and so I don't know if it's meant to be, this kind of thing of she's prideful and arrogant and is just, wasting money on these gaudy things, and everybody here is just, I don't know, not understanding the pleas of the less fortunate, not listening to the peasants and just staying in their own little golden world kind of thing. I could totally see that being true, but gaudy and shiny aren't nearly enough for me to go, yes, she is villainous. Queens are allowed to have gaudy, shiny ballrooms and subjects. That's fine. So it could be an indication that something's wrong, but it doesn't necessitate that. And so I think that, taking out all the parts where the zombie boy hero is killing all the subject, and instead using those words to show us more of why Ava is a villain than just you created a hero, I think would be beneficial to, I think, what you're going for. If I'm right, that you're going for, who's the real villain here? Coming back to the zombie thing, I am curious because it says unstoppable and unwavering could mean that it's Ava's fault that he's a zombie. It could mean that, whether through spells or something else, she literally made him unstoppable. So even though he's dead, he's still unstoppable. And if so, that's cool as heck. That's really interesting. And it's definitely a tick in the column of Ava being more villainous. And it's a really cool idea of just, like, imagine seeing, you know, the hero that you, like, put a spell on to make him unstoppable and seeing him as a zombie and going, oh, that's what that spell did. That was not the intention. and seeing your own villainy come back to you and having it be... It's not Eve being this horrible necromancer villain and bringing the boar hero back after killing him and making him into her sidekick. Instead, it's like, yeah, he's what you made him, Ava, and he's just continuing to be that. I think if that was the intention, that's an amazing use for Ava being the villain. But that is something that requires explanation. That is something that that needs to be said a little more clearly. Yeah, I really love the themes in this story. I really love this idea of, like, yeah, there are a lot of stories that have boy heroes. Like, it tends to be that your heroes can go from, like, child to, like, early 20s. That tends to be the age of the hero characters. And so I like this exploration of, like, hey, especially when they're a literal child, maybe not cool. Maybe there's actually some villainy in sending out children, you know, to go out and be your hero. Even though we usually see it as this plucky hero, you know, saving the world, and it's hopeful and awesome. I love exploring the darkness and villainy of that. I think that's very cool. The only other real critique I have is that this line, you may have heard it, even though I've read the story multiple times, it pretty much always trips me up. So Sony Shield as the hero's strike tears through the ceiling, walls, people. Each time I want the sentence to end at ceiling, like tears through the ceiling. And so I have to, like, kind of rejigger myself and go, oh, there's more. There's more to the sentence. Wait, ceiling, walls, people. I think maybe, let me check something out. Actually, I think that alone fixes it. I think it's just going, the hero's strike tears through the ceiling, the walls, the people. I think it might just be that it's the ceiling and then walls, people that makes it odd. But yeah, oh yeah, so, like, here, she didn't have to potentially kill him. Like, she could have captured him. She could have maybe, like, put him in a gem or knocked him out. Like, there's a lot of things going on here, because that's the thing about villainy, right? That in a lot of ways, villainy is a choice. And so I think that's one of the things that kind of ends up with Eve reading more villainous, because it's like, okay, yes, Ava did make the choices to create this boy hero when maybe she shouldn't have. But the choices you're making are much worse. Like, you're making the choice to A, kill him, B, potentially zombify him, C, bring him here to kill all these people, and your sister. You know, like, you're the one making these choices when you could make the choice to just capture him. You could make the choice to not turn him into a zombie. You could make the choice to not have him kill these people. And so that's kind of where the issue comes in. Hello, Civ the Scribe. It is going well. Ceiling wall people. If the sword was sheathed, how could they see this rated edge? Good point. It's been chipped away until it looks like a saw blade, was my interpretation. Gotcha. Yeah, chipped would be better because that shows the weakness in the middle. Well, I don't know about the weakness in the middle, but chipped would work better for me because that shows intention. That it's like, oh yes, it's purposely chipped to make a serrated edge, not like, it was weathered and worn down through time and or fighting to become serrated. It's like, that's not really what weathering does. You can wear down a sword to a serrated edge if you hit it in ways that cause dents and chips rather than consistent hits across the surface of the cutting edge. But chipped or dented would probably be a more direct and appropriate way to refer to it. Yeah, agreed. Hello, Norman. Regardless, the sword seems to be working just fine. Oh, swording just fine. You can whack someone with metal without it being sharp and still kill people. Fair. That is a cool take, but if unstoppable is related to unwavering in the same sort of way, then why would he be fighting for the person he was trying to defeat? Good point. Yeah, that was something that was in my head, but I was like, I don't know if it matters. But yeah, okay, I guess unwavering does very much imply unwavering loyalty, in which case it's like, well, if he's working for the villain, he kind of wavered. I also see a lot of you sent, but I don't think I've ever seen or read one where that was actually the case. The hero usually starts in their journey with the goal on their own. Yeah, that is a good point of like, yeah, you sent him, but the hero, it's usually the hero's choice. So I guess that is a question. I just kind of took her words at face value in that way of like, okay, like, yeah, I guess they did recruit the hero and maybe convince him to do this. But that is a good point of like, well, if it was his choice, that is kind of different and makes her less villainous. Love the little high reaper. You're just chilling after Nano. That was pretty tiring. Gotcha. Fair. I mean, if you're willing to share, like, feel free to share. You know, why has this never come up? I'm realizing that I should make a non-writing group writing forum for you to like submit your Google Docs for stuff like that. Like, oh, I just wanted to share this thing. Because I think I did it for, I did the workshop to like get feedback on your drafts. And I did the poetry zone and the fanfiction zone to share that stuff, but not just like a general share your writing zone. So I should do that. But also that reminds me, if any of you want to keep your, like, anything that was in the, what is it called? So right now we have the writing group rough draft help and the writing workshop. I think I'm just going to delete the writing group rough draft help thing and just have the writing workshop because I don't think we need both really. So if there's anything you need to keep from the writing group rough draft help, then make sure you grab that. Go back. Okay. I can share it, but yeah, 50k word critique sounds like a lot, way more than 300 now. Well, it's kind of a thing where it's just like you're just gonna be like sharing it in the Discord, and whoever is reading it is people who chose to read it. So, yeah, that's a channel I want to do a forum. Why are we talking about Dragon Ball Z? I feel like Doc is a fusion of the two of us, Eddie and Drago. She has the horniness of stupid sexy dragon and the chaotic energy of always sunny in Olympus. Oh, stupid sexy Olympus is now your new universe. That can't fit my username. We shall use it as merely a title then, your chaotic horniness. Amazing. That's great. I think this is unrelated conversation. Excuse me, we're not nerding out about Dragon Ball Z. We're nerding about an oddly specific fan theory. Way more nerdy. Bow to our nerdiness. Stupid sexy Olympus is just Aphrodite, though. Yeah, I was gonna say that probably actually works for just general Olympus. Olympus is always both stupid and sexy, no matter which iteration of Olympus it is. Sim says, anyway, just drop by to say hi, back to editing. Enjoy your stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. It's great to have you. Alrighty, room. It doesn't look like we have, unlocked any more stories, which is sad. The stories are great. It'll be fun to discuss, but also, as I said, I also am tired, so I'm also grateful for the opportunity to go to dinner, maybe a little early. So let us go on to the announcing of the next prompt. Also, you're gonna see Documancer's messages, but I'm leaving them there because they are, the ping for Documancer's messages, but I'm leaving them there because they are meant to be a reminder, and I need to leave them there throughout dinner. Yeah, too little too late, unfortunately. Alright. Thanks, Masa, for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Okie dokie. I almost was just gonna go hang out in stream chat. That's not what we're doing. We're going to announce the prompt. Okie dokie. Alrighty, room. Sorry, cat. In third place, this is what I think Eddie was talking about. All with 11 votes is Thank Your Lucky Stars, A Dream in Need, Home for the Holidays, and Finding the Light Inside You. All great prompts, great holiday prompts, good stuff. In second place, with 21 votes, is Soul Painting, which is very interesting because that one's been submitted at least a week before, if not 2 or 3 weeks. It's always interesting for me to see when people are like, not today, and then suddenly they're like, this is the one. This is my prompt. Not our winner, though. Our winner with 26 votes. Why did I not remember the word votes? With 26 votes is Soft is Not Weak. And the flesh horse is still there lingering. Sorry, flesh horse. Let's remove you. Where are you? The art, I apparently called the scene Me Water. Is that the whole thing? Is it just Me Water? Yeah, Me Water is what it is. But what is the song? I don't remember the artist name, but it's the artist whose songs they use in Beetlejuice. And it's something about me banana or something like that. It makes me think of that. So 26 promptees for the prompt vote. Yeah, you don't vote for prompts. You send your promptees to the prompt. Yeah, exactly. That's the song for sure. The banana boat song. Yeah, but what's the me thing in there? Oh, you tally me banana. That's what it is. Water me banana. Is there nothing that's me something? I feel like I must know the phrase from a me something. But anywho, yeah, so this is one of our most unanimous wins. So it won with 5 votes in the secret supporter chat and was won with 21 votes in the official one. I also, I'm curious, did you guys like my sheep emoji? I wasn't sure what else to pick. I was like, what's soft? Because I wanted to just find like a fluff emoji. And I was like, I guess the sheep is basically the fluff emoji. And it kind of works because I think I picked the ram. Will it tell me what I picked? It won't. And so it's like, oh yeah, it has like the horns. It can butt heads. It's not weak, but it's also super soft, you know. I love sheep, nice. But anyway, so yeah, so FYI, if all goes according to plan, I have not signed up. I need to like sign up and do special things, and so hopefully that goes okay. But my plan is to stream for Thankmas. So Jacksepticeye, he every year around this time does something called Thankmas, and it's this very long charity stream where he, I think, like partners with Tiltify. I don't know if that's the right word, but like I think it's always through Tiltify that they pick a charity or two to donate to, and then he creates this big long stream that is a charity stream, and they fundraise money for the campaign. And hopefully, I don't know the dates. I don't know how to find the dates, but hopefully the fundraiser goes throughout December, so I can still do it for next Saturday. But yeah, so he does that, and this year it is for, actually I can just like pull up the Thankmas. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, I have it. I put it in the secret supporter chat. No, in the suggestion chat. I put the link to it. Ah yes, you're going over here again. But yeah, so I can like register to fundraise, and this is the whole thing. And oh cool, and they put all the different people who streamed for it down there. That's cool. Oh cool. I'm not like, I guess it only started like when Jack did it, but here's like all the fundraisers for it. But yeah, so here are the charities that it's for. So it's all about mental health stuff, which is great. Love supporting mental health stuff. So like I'll have to see once I sign up for the fundraiser and stuff how it's going to work, but I'm assuming it's going to work the same way all my charity streams have worked, which is that you guys will like screenshot your donation and how much it was, and we will calculate that into how many encores we have unlocked, and then yeah, we will read as much as you unlock, so you'll be cheering for them rather than for me. I mean, you can still cheer for me if you want. I do appreciate it, but the point and what will be unlocking the stories will be for the charities. What did I show something I wasn't supposed to show? But yeah, so there's oh, if you donate. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's like you screenshot your donation, but don't dox yourself. Don't show us your credit card info. Don't show us your email or anything like that. Like, we will know if you show us that you're the one who did it. And you can just do the amount. Like, just show the amount. Don't show us too much. Yeah, so it'll be for that as long as I can, as long as it's still going on. At the time, because yesterday was Jack's stream, so I don't know if there's a time limit. I don't know if that means it'll be like over this weekend, but hopefully that will work and we can do a stream for that. But anyway, so I wanted you guys to submit gentler prompts. I didn't want, because I was thinking about actually doing it for the villain prompt, but I was like, you think I'm the villain is a weird prompt to do a charity stream for. So I was like, let's very specifically ask for prompts that are gonna work well for this. And so I like this prompt. I think it works all right for it. But let's discuss the prompt. So you can use this prompt to write about like characters who are more soft and gentle, and you could show how like, yeah, maybe they're soft and gentle but they are still a badass. Or you could have the character have like some inner turmoil about that and be like, yeah, I'm not like as strong or badass as all of you guys, and somebody can be encouraging them and be like, well, like, just because you're soft doesn't make you weak. And it can also be kind of this idea of like, beware of the quiet ones sort of thing, where like maybe it's kind of the opposite of like, oh, this person seems soft and quiet and weak, but they're the opposite, that they're very least not weak. Like, they can stand up for themselves, and maybe a little too well, kind of thing, that once they're coming after you, it's bad, kind of thing. And oh yeah, that could in and of itself be a prompt, couldn't it? Beware the quiet ones. But yeah, and then soft can mean a lot of different things. Like, it can mean somebody who is a gentle, soft person. It could mean someone who's like more soft in the emotional register, in the emotional capacity. Maybe they're more sensitive. That's something, if you guys write about like sensitive characters who aren't weak, that's really gonna hit home with me, because like I feel like I'm one of those characters. You could have soft be something very literal, like a sheep. A sheep is literally soft but is also not weak, you know. It could be that kind of thing. It could be soft in terms of like, people talk about like humans being soft and squishy and easy to kill kind of thing. So it could be like, oh yes, an alien comes up and they're like, look at those humans, they have no scales, they're so soft and squishy, but they're actually not weak at all. And they send the aliens running, kind of thing. Nice. A werewolf's fur is soft. Totally.
Oh, cute.
And cats, like, yeah, there's actually lots of like creatures that are soft. You could totally write about a cat who's soft but is like, has those sharp claws. Something that this is a benefit from doing the prompts a day earlier than we used to, because it gives me more time to like think about the prompt. Because I thought of an interpretation that I really like, which is that a character who is generally not soft having a soft moment and feeling weak for having this soft moment. I think that could work really well. Like, that you can have this character who's like, you know, super tough, who has this moment where they're like crying and stuff, and they could feel like they're weak, and somebody could go like, hey, you're not weak for having emotions, you're allowed to cry. You're allowed to cry, big muscle bro. Kind of thing. And this does feel like kind of a prompt where you could explore gender, where like, I think femininity seems to often be synonymous with like softness and gentleness, and so you could explore how like a character seems feminine is not weak, or they might be feminine but they're not weak. They might be gentle but they're also not weak, kind of thing. Or you can explore kind of what I was talking about like the big muscle bro thing, where guys are often told like, boys don't cry, sort of thing, and you can explore how having this soft moment and crying doesn't make you weak. It's okay to cry, sort of thing. So you can definitely explore those types of things. And there also could be an element of like going soft on someone, like having mercy on someone, and that actually taking a lot of strength. So that definitely can be a thing where it's like, because I can't remember the post, but I saw a post a while ago about like, oh, you think like pacifists are like super peaceful and gentle people? Oh no, they're full of rage, because it takes a lot of like rage and mental capacity to be peaceful, to be a pacifist. So you could kind of go with that idea, or sort of like the idea in general of like, it takes a lot of strength to be gentle, that being gentle and being kind to people, that's actually not something that is easy or weak or anything like that. That takes a lot of strength and is difficult and stuff. So I think that take could work super well as well. I've not seen that. Oh, interesting. Which says the Tally Me Banana song is about the abysmal working conditions of banana pickers back in the 1950s. Wild. Oh, okay. And that's by Harry Belafonte. Thank you. Meanwhile, me, how do I make this dark? Of course, on brand. Oh yeah, Documancer says, makes me think about Joy from Inside Out. Of Joy from Inside Out too, where everyone thinks she's crazy for being sunny side up. She's actually exhausted. Yeah, that's a really good point as well, of just like having positivity. Like, you could go with like being positive is not weak. Doesn't just mean like somebody can be an optimist and be naive, or someone can be an optimist and actually like put in a bunch of work to be optimistic, you know. And it can be like the exhausted thing is definitely a way to go as well, where it's not just like you're super strong for being an optimist. It can be, oh, like you've been carrying the weight of the world and now you're exhausted. sort of thing. Like I thought you were weak, but actually you've been carrying so much, kind of thing. Meanwhile, me, how do I make this absurdist? Nice. I was thinking about pressure points, like how Ty Lee fights. That's interesting. Yeah, that is a good point. So there is kind of in there like a contrast between like May fights with her sharp blades and Azula fights with her sharp lightning and attitude, and in comparison the way Ty Lee fights might seem soft, and she herself might seem like a soft character, but she is not weak at all. She is actually quite strong and powerful. A ton of feathers is still a ton. Yeah, that a ton of something soft is still a ton. And he says, autistic men who are diagnosed late are particularly prone to following that idea that men showing emotions is a bad thing. Yeah, very, very good point, for sure. As a pacifist who's worked for 5 years in customer support, I can confirm the desire to punch a wall on a daily basis was strong. Very fair, yeah. Yeah, that's a much more like real and simple way to take it. Of like, this would work very well at Christmas time of somebody who works in retail being kind to a customer who is just the worst, and it's like, yeah, me being soft and kind to you is not me being weak. That takes a lot of strength. Lord said thou shalt not kill, but he was a little fuzzy on kneecaps. Yes. Oh, so yeah, that's interesting. Like the idea, because that's a I think that you're quoting Firefly, and you're quoting Preacher Man. And him being willing to go and fight in the War Stories episode. But yeah, so you could totally go for a character like that who's like, oh yes, look at this religious priest dude. Like he is soft, and it's like, I'm ready to fight. You know, that totally works. And he says, honestly, to tie this back to Dragon Ball chat and Discord, Gohan is the softest character in the franchise, basically the only main character who wants to be a scholar and not fight, but every time he fights, he wrecks everything. Yeah, very, very fair, very fair. Gentle Fist versus Iron Fist. This bear's fur is so soft, bear. Nom. Nice. What does the stream chat have to say? Look at a little drum rolling snake. What What server is that from? That's so cute. Oh yeah, the cloud. I could have done a cloud. That might have been better. Yeah. Ooh, that is like another layer to what I was saying about like a tough character having a soft moment, Corianne says, or even someone who used to be seen as tough and hardened individual and then people think they've become soft. That's a really good point. Yeah, that there's somebody who like used to be this tough individual and people are like, oh, can't believe you've gone soft. And it's like, that doesn't mean that I'm weak. That doesn't mean that tough person isn't still here. Totally. For sure, something the dragon would say. The man beast of tears. Yeah, good point. Like, in the same vein that in Avatar, Toph is seen as weak and fragile by her parents, but we all know that she's not that at all. Yeah, super fair that she might be like a little blind girl who seems soft, but actually she's like super tough and stuff. Yeah, I guess that could be a thing too. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say it could be a thing where someone is perceived as soft, but they're not. But I guess soft is not weak is kind of a definitive statement, so maybe they do need to be soft in some way and then weak in another way. I don't know. I mean, I guess, like, yeah, it's complicated. Crouching moron, hidden badass. That sounds like, Rydia. Essa says, I kind of want to write Nabiki. She's like 4'7" and adorable, and yet will wreck people. She's way stronger than she looks. Very, very fair. Yeah, for sure. And you could even go for like, I don't know, like hobbies or professions that people see as soft. That it's like actually like this, I guess, like I don't know, what comes to mind is like cheerleading or something. That's kind of something that's like, oh, like, so this is what the Valley Girls do, that must be like so soft and easy, but actually like there's a lot of work that goes into that. And so you could totally do, or like ballet is a way better example of people are like, oh yeah, look at how like soft and gentle and nice that is, I bet that's really easy. No, it's so hard. So many bleeding feet. So that very much works. Oh yeah, Eddie says Major Armstrong from Fullmetal Alchemist, very emotional, can't get a promotion above Major because of his softness, but is one of the most skilled members of the military. Very fair. Interesting. What do you feel is soft about Mustang? Yeah, don't Google ballerina feet. Yeah, do not want to be on the receiving end of a kick from ballet dancer. Those calves are crazy. For sure. But, yeah. So, it has been a fun time. I'm looking forward to next week's stream. So, like, do keep in mind when you write your stories this week, like, I'm crossing my fingers, like, if all goes according to plan, like, I'm gonna be advertising my stream in more places, and I just learned that you automatically get advertised on the website as well, so like that's hopefully gonna bring in more viewers. But because of that, like, make sure that when you're writing your stories, this is not just for this group anymore. This is also for any randos who are gonna wander into the stream. So keep that in mind. Don't share. It's kind of going back to like don't share what you wouldn't want a judge to read off. That it's like, don't share what you wouldn't want the innocent people who are coming in for the charity stream to hear. Surprised you didn't mention capoeira. I don't know what capoeira is, so that's why I didn't mention it. Can confirm my cousins were prima dancers and are now choreographers. They had to do ice baths and so many knee and foot surgeries. My latest question, I'm on a photo with them wearing some kind of brace. I'd ask what happened now. Yep. Capoeira never seemed soft to me, but I suppose you have a point. The part at Hugh's grave. Yeah, where he's like crying and saying it's raining. Yeah, that to have that soft moment is not weak. That's true, for sure. Capoeira was invented by Brazilian slaves to practice a martial art without being punished by slave owners. They made it look like a dance. Oh, that's really cool. Capoeira seen as soft. I mean, it kind of goes back to how, like how you're interpreting the word soft, because I was going to say, like, well, dancing in and of itself can seem soft just as like a profession sort of thing. But yes, it has been a lovely time, a lovely stream. If you are not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. And it's first come, first serve, so feel free to just submit your story right now to the backup queue. They happen at 5 p.m. Central Time. There's a lot more back and forth discussion in voice. You can submit your story to read it to everyone, have somebody else read it for you, or you can just lurk. I expect to see Reaper lurk emojis from all the lurking folks. Yeah, so feel free to indeed join us. Thank you for the link. Thank you for the link in the chat. We have two answers. Wolf says, join us or else we'll smother you with a pillow. And Eddie says, join us or else you'll be called a softie. But that's okay. You got it, man. In Minecraft, of course. Are you going back to the judge thing? What was I going to say? Yeah, that's a good point about, like, the smother with a pillow thing. That this could be about objects instead of, like, people or animals. That it's just, like, this object might seem soft, but it is not weak. Like, it can be used for terrible things. Kind of things. Who do y'all want me to raid? Is there anybody you have in mind? Anybody doing writing stuff, reading stuff, or maybe Thankmas stuff? And somebody should, I'm very tired. Yeah, someone doing Thankmas sounds appropriate. I can't tell. Okay, hey, what's this? Looks like somebody making crafts. We got a craft maker? Let's see what they're doing. Is this the right? It's not the right. A crafter? Yeah, mine's got ads as well. Are you in English? Oh no, this is I was in the wrong place. This is not live. I mean, I see, like, when I typed in Thankmas, like, Valorant, Overwatch, and Left 4 Dead 2 came up, but, like, I can't tell. None of them have Thankmas in the title, so this person's playing Minecraft. That might be fitting. Or is this for Thankmas? I really can't tell. It's like he's still sleepy, yes. Okay, Steelhelm77 seems to be trying to write a story. Alright, what do you guys want? Do you want to go for the writer or the Minecraft person who may or may not be streaming for Thankmas? I can't really tell. Mako says writer. Alright, we have 2 votes for a writer, and it's one of you that supplied the writer, so I think that's enough to say let's do the writer. Alright. Alright. Yes. Does that look like the right person? Alright. I will see you all next time. I hope you have a good week. I hope you all know that when you feel soft, you are not weak. Have a good day. Goodbye.